affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Daniel Seja Marokani?
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No,
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence will give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Marokani. The Chairperson, the bundle we will be using is ESCOM Bundle 10,
Yes, I've got it.
and that bundle has, the file has various exhibits. We will concentrate only for the purpose of this witness, exhibit U15. That's where
Well, remember, you must still
that's where the black
introduce the
punctuation-
exhibit, let it get admitted,
Thank you,
and
Chair.
then you can take it from there.
That's where the black pagination becomes relevant, Chairperson. That's where the black pagination becomes relevant. Mr. Marokani, you will have a file before you, also marked ESCOM Bundle 10. I just wish to confirm whether it's been the same as mine. If you look at the span of that file, it has a list of exhibits, and I'm looking at the first one, which is exhibit U15.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Thank you. And just for housekeeping purposes, quickly, Mr. Marokani, you have provided the Commission with an affidavit, two affidavits. One has become the main affidavit, and the other a supplementary to the first affidavit. The first one is contained on page 4. And now the page numbers I'm going to refer you to are the ones on the left right-hand corner, top left right-hand corner. The black numbers as opposed to the red numbers. You see that?
I see that, Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah. Just drop the microphone to get closer to it. Thank you. So that's an affidavit which is 2 pages long, page 4 to page 5. There is a signature of the deponent on the 1st of March 2020. Do you confirm that to be your signature?
I confirm that, Chair.
Chairperson, I will beg leave to have that affidavit admitted as exhibit U15.1.
Is that the first one starting at page 4?
Page 4, correct, Chairperson. Page 4, together with the annexures there too, which is
The affidavit of Mr. Daniel Lesija Marokane, starting at page 4 and going up to page 5, is admitted and will be marked as exhibit
U15.5.
U
15.5.
15.5. Okay,
Thank you, Chair. Then, Mr. Maro,
that is together. Has it got annexures?
it's got one annexure, Chairperson, in
Is that the letter starting at page 6?
page 6, correct,
So, right, okay.
to page 10. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Marokane, if you could please turn to page 11. This is now between term lines, a supplementary affidavit. It starts on page 11 and ends on page 13. Deponent signing on the 27th of September 2020 Do you confirm that to be your signature?
I confirm that, Chairman.
And you confirm this to be your supplementary affidavit as well?
I do, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll beg leave to have that admitted as Exhibit U15.2, together with the annexures thereto.
The supplementary affidavit of Mr. Daniel Leseja Morokane, starting at page 7, is admitted and will be marked as Exhibit U15.2, together with its annexures.
Thank you, Chairperson. There's a number of them there. Mr. Marokani, just another housekeeping, which is apparent from your supplementary affidavit that you have testified in a closed session interview before you came to the public hearing.
That is correct, Chairman.
The reference to that, if you're still on your supplementary affidavit, page 11, is to be found in paragraph 4. Are you there? You say, I confirm that I was called to a closed session meeting with the Commission on 1 September 2020, wherein I testified under oath. I also confirm that I have been provided with a copy of the transcript of my testimony, in this case the interview, attached here to as DM1.
I confirm that, Chairman.
Now, DM1, well, let me complete the paragraph. I have perused the transcript and hereby confirm the contents thereof to be a true reflection of my testimony. That annexure DM1 is found on page 14, page 14.
I confirm that, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Shall we proceed, Chairperson?
Yes,
Mr.
well, just to
Marokani.
clarify,
Yes, Chair.
Annexure DM1 to Mr. Morokane's affidavit is a transcript of an interview conducted by members of the legal team of the Commission, and in that interview, he spoke under oath on the matters relating to his suspension, and that transcript he has just confirmed. He has gone through it and he confirms it as correctly reflecting his evidence. You confirm that, Mr. Morokane?
Mr. Chairman, I confirm that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Marokani, in the light of the transcript, let me get an indication from you what you will be comfortable with when you testify now before the Chairperson. Would you prefer to tell the Chairperson a story, or would you refer the Chairperson to portions of your closed interview transcript?
Chairman, having read a lot of documents in preparation for today, will prepare to engage with you
Yes.
with the questions that you have and allow you the liberty to pick up any issues from the transcript, or I myself may refer to portion of the transcript as we go through.
Yes, no, that's fine. I think Mr. Selega just lead him on the important issues.
Indeed.
He has confirmed. I don't think there is a lot
Yes.
that we require from him. to a very large extent, I think my interest is more on how he exited ESCOM.
I see.
Because in terms of how the suspension was done, there does not appear to be much controversy in regard to that. But you can just lead him on the important issues.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Marukani, in the light of that preamble from the Chairperson, let me put this particular background to you. It has been extensively laid before this Commission, evidence pertaining to the suspension of the 4 executives on 11 March 2015. You have been mentioned as one of the executives that were suspended. If you could please keep your microphone on. As you agree, stated that on record so that your agreement could be captured. You have been identified as one of the executives that were suspended at the time, and ultimately a settlement agreement be concluded with you and ESCOM. Now, does that, all that...
That's a fair capturing of the events, Chairperson.
A fair capturing of, a highlight of the events. Now, could you tell the Chairperson quickly in regard to what your position was at the time of the suspension on 11 March 2015?
Chairperson, by the time I was suspended on the 12th of March 2015, I was holding a position of Group Executive, Group Capital. This portfolio was responsible for the construction of all the mega infrastructure. This would include the well-known Medupi, Kusile, and Ngula power stations, but will also involve a number of projects within the transmission space. This is the portfolio that I took over as a full-time executive for in November 2014, having acted in that role for a period of a year.
Sorry, I should make the correction. I asked you about your suspension on 11 March, so your suspension was 12 March, you said?
My suspension was on the 12th of March, a day after the rest of my colleagues were suspended.
When had you joined ESCOM?
Briefly, Chairperson, I joined ESCOM in January 2010 as the Managing Director for Primary Energy. I then moved through to different portfolios. Within a period of a year or so, I became the Chief Commercial Officer for the business. After a further period of a year, that portfolio was expanded to include the technology group, which essentially encompassed all the engineering responsibilities within the business. So it became a Group Executive, Technology and Commercial. I held that role until around July 2013, when I was asked to go and caretake the portfolio of mega infrastructure construction.
And when did you get to the position that you were holding when you were suspended?
I was in that role from July, August 2013 as a caretaker executive. The executive responsible for that role had just left the company, and whilst the search was on for a full-time colleague, I looked after the goings-on of that division, leading to my being appointed in that role eventually in November 2014, which was essentially some 4 months of being in that position by the time I was suspended.
Yes. So at the time you were suspended, you had been with ESCOM for about 4 or 5 years?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. During that time, had there been anybody at ESCOM who had complained about your performance of your job?
Chairman, there's There's never been any complaint about my performance in any job I've held, as a matter of
Yes,
fact. Yeah.
yes, yes. I see you hold the degrees BSc Chemical Engineering, MSc Petroleum Engineering, and MBA, is that right?
That's correct,
Yes.
Chairperson.
So your portfolio, the one you were in when you were suspended, just briefly, what does it do? What were you responsible for? What does it do?
Chairperson, the portfolio of Group Capital is responsible for the construction of the mega projects. So I'll be quite specific here. Medupi Power Station, construction of Medupi Power Station and Kusile were a direct responsibility of that portfolio. My getting to that role, Chairperson, and I talk about these two phases of me being a caretaker and me being appointed full-time in that role, I was asked to step in to deal with the challenges that led to the delays as understood at the end of July 2014, Chairperson. So I went in there to really help the team recover the schedule slippage and also deal with the topical issues that were making us be delayed in as far as bringing in new generation capacities concerned. Having done that, which is a matter that I go quite at length in my first affidavit, supplementary affidavit attachment, having identified the issues, I progressed with the team to execute on those plans, leading to the attainment of the first mega milestone in as far as bringing Medupi into operations. I was confirmed after Master Matuna's arrival as a chief executive. I was confirmed in November 2014 to be the custodian of the role on a full-time basis, which effectively places me to have been in it for 4 months by the time the new board engaged us with the discussions of the 11-12 March.
Thank you, Chair. Was the board aware of the achievement you're referring to in regard to is that Medupi Power Station?
Chairperson, the board that engaged with me by the time I left had two members who came from the previous board. That is Mr. Zola Tsoti, the chairman himself, and also Ms. Kwaita Mabude. All other board members were new, in my recollection, I had only engaged with them, maybe 3 of them, on the topical substantial issues of the portfolio I was dealing with. So many of them had not had the opportunity to fully hear from me or understand exactly where my portfolio was at. As a matter of fact, in the suspension meeting, I took a little bit of time to actually sketch this background that I've sketched to you now, Chairperson, to understand that with the background that I've sketched for you now, are you actually now saying that you want to suspend me, the one that you had sent to go and fix the issues, you want to suspend me so that you can understand what the issues are? They were quite coy in terms of responding to that, but it's a matter that I came back to in my letter in detail. In detail, I thought I should afford the new board members some reflection in terms of how I got to be there so that they can then, reflect on their own decisions. Yeah.
They basically didn't know you, really. They didn't know they were new, the majority of them.
Yeah. Chairperson, it is correct and fair to say they didn't know me. They may have known me socially. They were not affair with my work and the details of my portfolio, except the 2 that I've already mentioned.
Yes, okay. Continue, Mr. Silenga.
Thank you, Chair. So, their achievement, Mr. Marukana, would have been prior to the appointment of this board, the new board, which we understand it was appointed in December 2014, or after that?
Chairperson, we reached the milestone of bringing the first line or the first unit of Medupi online around the 7th or the 4th. I speak under correction, it could be any time between the 4th and 6th of March 2015. This new board was already there. This is an achievement that they were alive to at the point in time.
Take us to the day of your suspension. How are you contacted? And made aware that the board wants to see you? And when do you meet with the board? Or is it the board or whoever meets with you in regard to that?
Chair, the lead up to the attainment of that milestone, cost some blood and sweat. The festive season prior to that was entirely spent on working. As a matter of fact, when the new board was inducted, myself and Mrs. Mulefe were actually on business travel overseas. We never even met them as part of the preparations of meeting that milestone in the first week of March. So as a result of the intensity of the work leading to that period, I took some time out. After reaching that milestone, I asked for time for leave to recharge, and as such, when the board met on that specific day, I was actually on leave.
On the 11th?
On the 11th,
of March.
I was on leave, Chair, and it was only around 9 o'clock at night when the company secretary called me to indicate that the board would like me to come in and have a conversation with them. It pertains to suspensions of some executives. Yeah.
Did you understand why was everything so urgent that you must be phoned at 9 p.m. and the board wants to see you same evening? Did you ever understand what was this great urgency?
Yeah. Chair, in my affidavit, I point out that, I asked the company secretary as to how long has the board been meeting. And I was given a response that they've been meeting the whole day. I wanted to find out as to why is it that they could not anticipate that they'll need me in the course of their meeting at the later stage so that I could also do my planning. Can we not stand this down to the next day? And the response I received was that the board actually intended to go out and have a media update on this subject the following day, which is the 12th. And it is at that point that I actually offered to meet at 6 o'clock in the morning, if need be. We of course met at 8 o'clock that morning prior to what was already set up as a media interview and presentations at 10 o'clock that day.
Okay, so you met them the following morning on the 12th?
We met chairperson at 8 o'clock on the 12th, in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it was not the whole board that you were meeting at that time, isn't it?
Yeah, my recollection, and it was quite aided by the investigation team, it was primarily the members of the People and Governance Committee. Yeah.
Okay, tell me about your encounter with them, your meeting with them.
Well, when I arrived for my 8 o'clock meeting, not all board members were there as yet, so I stayed in my office for a while. And I was later called into the boardroom. The chairman of the board was actually presiding over this meeting. He welcomed me into the meeting and said, we're having conversations with executives. You are one of them that we need to have a conversation with, and this pertains to specifically the board's decision to institute an independent inquiry into the dealings of the company, so they can understand precisely where we are. And part of the resolution was quite clear that this investigation has to happen in a space that is free from the influence of executives, in whose areas of responsibilities the investigation is going to focus. And as such, I'm going to be put on suspension for a period of time when the investigation is ongoing. He made it very clear, Chair, that the investigation will take no longer than 3 months, and also was quite at pains to explain that there is nothing wrong or any allegations against me that have been tabled. They need to create an atmosphere that is free to get to the bottom of the issues. Yeah.
Okay. Continue. Mr.
Thank you,
Slager.
Chair. In explaining all that to you, Mr. Marukani, the chairperson, who is the chairperson now at this stage?
The chairperson was Mr. Zola Tsotsi.
Mr. Zola Tsotsi. Does he explain also to you whether the board has any adverse allegations against you, allegations of misconduct, allegations of wrongdoing?
Chairperson, none of those were put forth. As I said, he really emphasized that there's no wrongdoing on the part of the executives that has been suspended. The intention here is to create the space of unfettered access in terms of the board arriving at its own conclusion in terms of the condition and state of the company.
We understand that there were issues relative to the war room, inaccurate information given to the war room or unreliable information. Was that raised with you in that meeting?
Chairperson, none of that was raised with me. I can put it also here that, in the one meeting around my portfolio that I had with 2 or 3 of the board members, this was some 3 weeks before then, I had suggested to the board that the intensity and pace of the war room in tackling the issues that we are dealing with required an accelerated pace of onboarding the board so that they can meaningfully engage with the executives, but also provide the guidance that the executives require from them. And we had started conversations around, can we even look at a weekend session where we can spend more intense time to bring them up to speed. So at that point in time, Chair, nothing was raised about the unhappiness coming from the war room. If anything else, this could have been an issue of how do we accelerate the learning curve of the board members to be on par, to meaningfully direct executives or contribute in the war room process itself.
Thank you. Now, the annexure to your affidavit, which is on page 6 of the bundle, it's a letter, I believe, is addressed by you to the chairperson now during your suspension.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Before that letter, Mr. Selega,
Yes, Chair.
before we go to that letter, let's see if we can finalize that meeting. I know that in the letter you touch on what happened at that meeting. What was advanced to you as the need for your suspension at that meeting?
Chairperson, in that meeting, I actually sat next to Mr. Tsotsi. He was seated, positioned like this. He had a piece of paper that he was probably using to jog his memory in terms of the sequence of the points he needed to raise with me. And at some point, that piece of paper, a copy thereof, was also presented through to me, so I could follow it, the storyline with him. But that was not before he had dealt with probably the important part, which was the opening paragraph of that letter, which dealt with the rationale for the suspension. As I said, at that point in time, he was really still freewheeling and explained the rationale for the suspension to be one of, we want to investigate and find out what really is happening. And as a result of that, you'll be suspended. But we reiterate, you are not, guilty of anything. There's no allegations against you. This will be a real fact-finding exercise. The rationale for the suspension, Chairperson, is carried in the first 2 paragraphs of that letter. But because he was really talking out of cuff on it, when we got to a point of dealing with the points now on a point by point, we're somewhere around point 4 or point 5. That's when I got a copy of the letter to start moving with him. At that point in time, I realized that some of the process issues that he was confirming with me were inaccurate. For instance, it carried, and I carry this in that letter of my first letter, which is on page 6 there. One of the paragraphs, which is in paragraph 5, he says, I confirm that you, Dan Marokane, made various representations in respect of your possible suspension. We have considered them thoroughly. There was nothing like that. You know, you're sitting over here, these things were being read through to me. So I was quick to pick this kind of inaccuracies, and I requested that we actually scratch them out of my suspension letter. I was going to have to sign the suspension letter, and therefore I needed it to be as accurate as possible. So this was scratched out, Chairperson. You'll see that in my suspension letter, 2 parts, including the date of the letter, because I met the board a day after they already typed these letters. I corrected these inaccuracies and got the chairman to initial next to me with the concurrence of the rest of the board members who were there.
Did you wonder what he was talking about when he said you have made various representations and have considered? You are sitting, he's sitting next to you, and nothing like that has happened.
And Chairperson, I mean, I'm a senior executive. I'm quite affair with the disciplinary processes and what it entails. I could immediately see that this is, this is procedurally getting quite messed up. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So ultimately, you had an agreement with him to cross out certain things in the letter that were not accurate.
That's correct, Chairperson. We crossed out the areas that were immediately visible to me and inaccurate, including the date of the letter at the top and those 2 sections that I referred to. And then we signed the letter. We both signed the letter, and I left the meeting room.
And that was your letter of suspension?
That was my letter of suspension.
Yes.
It became the letter to which, I reflected on in the next few days and wrote quite an elaborate letter to Mr. Zola Tsotsi, which is that on the 18th of March, Chairperson, I wrote that letter to address specifically 3 themes.
Yes.
The first one was the inaccuracies that I picked up in the meeting, but also the inaccuracies that I subsequently found out that I could not see immediately in the meeting. That was the first issue, so I was dealing with factual issues. The second one of the themes that I raised in the Chairperson was the discontinuity of the rationale that I was picking up from what he told me verbally in that meeting and what I linked over from that first paragraph that was written there. That first paragraph spoke about something else. It spoke about intentional sabotage or intentional tampering of the power system. So I needed to reconcile the positions that he articulated and what he wrote, and also the position that the company was articulating in the public. So I addressed that particular theme as well in my first letter. And the last theme, of course, if I may, Chairperson, dealt with the issue. I went to town in terms of explaining how I ended up being in a chair as an executive of Group Capital, how I was sent there to go fix problems, what I did exactly, what it resulted in, and the milestone that we reached the week before, and imploring to the board to say, can you let me get on with the business of fixing this thing and gaining the traction that we had set up ourselves in terms of accelerating the recovery of our schedule. I offered again in there that I'm available. I would like to engage with this fact-finding mission of yours. I reminded the board in that document that we have just completed 2 intense forensic studies in terms of what were the problems with the welding issues at Medupi, and how are we looking like in relation to the benchmark of mega project execution. These were board-instituted processes which were less than a year old, and we were already executing on those. We were gaining traction. It was not the right time to actually be starting another inquiry that is not well defined. I raised these 3 issues in that letter of mine. That letter was never acknowledged nor responded to. And it became a pattern with all the subsequent letters that I raised with the board whilst at home here.
Thank you, Chair.
That's where you wanted to go, and
Yes.
so you are there.
I think he's covered it.
Marokane has covered certain important features on the letter. It is quite a detailed letter.
Yes.
But it's self-explanatory. We don't have to read into the record.
Yes.
We can read into the record only some parts if there are some that are particularly important, but let me allow you to continue.
Yes. No, correct. I think, Mr. Marukane, just that last part, paragraph 26, we have read it out to Mr., I think Dr. Ngubani as well. It says if the board has an absolutely genuine desire to, one, get to the heart of all ESCOM problems, two, understand how those problems came about, three, and how they were over time handled and mishandled, and four, what ESCOM needs to do in order to overcome its challenges. I'm willing to cooperate with the independent investigation on the basis that I will be allowed to advance and share my genuinely held, open and frank views without fear of retribution or any other adverse consequence to me, my professional integrity, my reputation in the marketplace, and importantly, my career in ESCOM and my anticipated and indeed hoped for career path within ESCOM. So you still hoped for a career path within ESCOM?
That's correct. That's correct, Chairperson. We had a lot of work to do. I joined ESCOM as part of a broader belief, and I was not yet anywhere close to where I thought the organization needs to be with the assistance of professionals like myself.
Well, I see your reference to that you be allowed to advance and share your genuinely held, open and frank views without fear of retribution. We heard earlier Mr. Linnell talking about he motivated for the suspension because if the top executives are there, he feared that they would not allow for an independent investigation. Even fear of reprisals by those who are working under the top executives. But it seems here you are the one who had the fear of retribution.
Chairperson, and this really comes from the work that we have done in understanding how we got there. The delays in the mega build, in the mega project programs and so on, they required people who, to face and fix the problem, you needed to, as one colleague of mine says, you needed to make reality your friend. You needed to face up to, bad news. You have to be bad news ready. That way you can start going to your inner depths and finding solutions. And talking about what was wrong inside ESCOM or what was wrong with the projects, much as amongst ourselves as professionals would easily get to that point, I'm not certain that, then and even now is a matter that is easily embraced by others with vested interest, even including the shareholders. So part of fixing these problems is being able to face the truth. And that's what I was referring to there, that if we have to go down the path of establishing what exactly happened, we have to be ready, all of us, to acknowledge what worked and what did not work without, applying any coating to it.
Yes. What do you say to the statement or allegation that, well, your suspension was made because you could influence people under you? You could intimidate them not to cooperate with the inquiry.
Chairperson, I wouldn't spend a lot of time on that. As I said, this investigation was meant to establish facts, and against the background of having not being accused of anything or allegations, it doesn't make sense to me. Why would I want to do that kind of an irresponsible act as an executive?
Yeah. As you were explaining your suspension to the chairperson, I wanted to refer you to your letter, which is on page 123 of the bundle. Page 123.
Yeah.
That will be top left-hand corner.
So I've got a different number here.
No, it's further on.
Okay, that's
Is it the red numbers or the black numbers?
The black ones.
that's ESCOM's letter to him.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's the suspension letter, yes, Chairperson.
Yeah.
It's further on.
Further on.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I got it. No, sorry, I don't have it.
Yeah, go on.
Well, if you just ask him, he probably will be able to respond even without reading the letter.
Chairperson, I have it there. That's 123.
He had
so
a
I was
lot of
looking
time
at-
to look at that letter
Correct.
during
Yes,
suspension.
yes.
So
Yes, no,
just
correct.
ask him what you want to ask him.
Yes, when you were dealing with what the changes you were making, I see you were paging. I thought you wanted to find a letter. I didn't want to interrupt you. So that's the letter the explanations of which you were making to the chairperson.
That's correct. On that letter, Chair, you'll notice that the date of 11 March is scratched out and
Yeah.
12 inserted there. That point is also initialed by both myself and the then chairperson, Mr. Zola Tsotsi. Paragraph 4, paragraph 5, the sentence starting with, I confirm that
Yeah.
you made various, I scratched that out.
Yeah,
and
one can
paragraph
see
6
that,
as well,
yeah.
yeah.
That's right. Thank you. And then that paragraph 1 of the letter, Mr. Marokani, it says, I refer to the meeting of today, 11 March 2015, wherein we discussed the company's concerns regarding the serious state of the company and the board resolution to conduct an independent inquiry into the possibility that the power delivery may be compromised by either intentional or negligent conduct. Did you understand this statement?
Yeah. Chairperson, that's exactly the point I was raising, that when we began the meeting and Mr. Tsotsi was explaining the board's decision, at this point in time, after the pleasantries, he was actually talking without direct reference to the note he has, which I now know is a letter. And he had already sketched the picture, as I articulated earlier, that is about finding out, the true state. We started focusing on the specifics of the letter as we were moving from paragraph 3 or so down, which is why I was able to pick up inconsistencies or inaccuracies. You'll also see that in the first paragraph, I have not scratched out the 11th of March date, which is repeated there. But certainly, the reason, as explained in here, the possibility that the power delivery may be compromised by either intentional or negligent conduct was not brought to my attention at that point in time, because this is different from a fact-finding to establish what is happening, because what is insinuated here is that there could have been some act of misconduct on the part. I could have spent some time on that. And this is why I wrote that letter, subsequent to having time to read it in detail, but also subsequent to looking at the rationale that ESCOM was advancing to the world out there.
Yes. Thank you.
But during your meeting with Mr. Tsotsi on the 12th, and whoever else was there, did you object to the suspension, or did you not object? You accepted that they had made whatever decision. You didn't agree with it, but did not object, or you did object?
Chairperson, I may not have explicitly used the word I object to this decision. I definitely showed that you have taken no input from me whatsoever in arriving at your decision.
Yes.
This was defined already. It was premeditated, it was finished.
Yes.
I was being told what you have decided. And this is the essence of some parts of my letter to them, that you had decided that you're going to go down this route. And I made it a point that my own views, having studied the letter, having observed what was being said in the media, that this is an unprocedural process that they've taken. I may as well at this point, Council, through you, indicate to the chairperson that this letter that I sent on the 18th of March was on my own personal letterhead. Then Marokani. It came from me because at that point in time, despite the legal help I was receiving, I felt I needed to continue to extend some hand of collaboration here with the board, that maybe we can find each other before this becomes a lawyer talk. Yeah.
So that came from you, it hadn't been prepared for you by a lawyer?
Well, I prepared it in consultation with my lawyers, but I needed to remain the face of engagement with my board at this point in time. It's an executive in engagement with his board.
Yes. Okay, all right. So ultimately, your meeting with Mr. Tsotsi and other members of the PNG committee ended, and you left on the basis that you were suspended with immediate effect.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Mr. Selega, do you want to take it from there? What happened? Any interactions after that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Marukana, you say then this letter was not responded to. What happens thereafter?
Well, after that, Chairperson, 2 days after I sent my letter and it wasn't acknowledged or responded to, my lawyers sent another letter to the then Chairperson, Mr. Zola Tsotsi, indicating that they're acting on my behalf and would like to understand if we will be receiving any response to my letters. More importantly, it's maybe Council, you can help me in terms of finding where the annexure is, but indicating that this has been a procedurally unfair process, and they would like to start engaging with the organization. I think it's also in that letter that we spoke about, getting an update in terms of the terms of reference of the investigation, so we could collaborate.
Yeah, let's see if you turn to page 111, whether that is the letter you're looking for.
That's correct, Chairperson. That would be a letter from Brian Khan, attorneys, that basically is a follow-up on my unresponded to letter, and just detailing the process of how we would like to engage in ultimately leading to the information around the investigation itself.
So this letter is dated 20 March 2015 from Brian Khan, attorneys.
It is from Brian Khan, attorneys, is correct, addressed to Mr. Zola Tsotsi and copied to the company secretary at the time, Mr. Malisela Pukubia.
And do you receive a response to this letter?
This letter, like the first one, Chairperson, was not responded to or acknowledged as well.
So that letter ends on page 113, 113.
And then there was another letter at page 115, dated 28 April 2015.
Yeah.
Did you see that one? From your lawyers, I think.
Yeah, that's correct, Chairperson. The letter, which is marked as DM3 on page 115, was sent on the 28th of April. So this is some good. The last letter was on the 20th of March. So over a month later, or some six weeks later, we follow up with another letter. This time, a number of things had happened. By the time we thought, surely the 3-month-long investigation must be underway at this point in time. We wanted to get some sense of the terms of reference. We were not afforded those still at that point. We raised in this letter, a point we raised in our first letter in terms of the discontinuity in the rationale of our suspension, based on what was publicly available in terms of the reasons for the rationale, what was sitting in our letter. But now we also had linked over papers that were in the labor dispute with Mr. Matuna, in terms of the chairman's affidavit responding to that new reasons were actually advanced in that case, in as far as why the suspension happened. So we wanted to engage with ESCOM to actually understand what exactly is going on in here.
Yes, okay.
Is it because you thought those reasons, the new reasons you referred to, applied also to you?
Excuse me, please say that again.
What you say, you're saying they advanced new reasons in the affidavit of Mr. Tsotsi.
Yes, they actually contained, that note is contained in paragraph 6.2. The pleadings that were made by the chairperson specifically dealt with allegations regarding the eradication of misconduct, reference to wrongdoing or misconduct or negligence, and the performance of the executives. You know, this were sitting in the labor court matter that Mr. Matunda was dealing with. So we sought to understand from ESCOM the rationale, the real rationale, and which of these that were being peddled and moving around is the basis of our suspension, which we deemed unfair at that point in time. Yeah.
Yes. If you page on, we see that there seems to have been a response to that letter from Bowman Gilfillan. There's an email on page 118.
That's correct, Chairperson. Yes. 2 days after that letter, we received a response from ESCOM's lawyers, Bowman's, who essentially dismissed anything that we had raised, did not engage substantively on it, and just reserved their rights, and confirmed that at that point in time, the client was not willing to, or was not of the view that he should share the terms of reference of the commission with us because they may compromise the inquiry. So that was the only response
that you ever got.
Yeah, after 9 weeks or so of sitting at home as a senior executives, waiting and having no contact with my employer. Basically, I was in the dark for all this period.
How did this suspension affect you?
Well, Chairperson, I think on a professional level, you know, how I came into ESCOM, I was not, and I really say this with absolute humility, I was not a moderate performer. I was recruited into ESCOM because of my abilities and skills. Now, to be sitting at home with a cloud of suspicion of poor performance on you is very painful on a professional level. On a personal level, you know, it's my name being dragged into all these insinuations that are going on. It's my family name being dragged into all of this.
And then when was the next step you decided to take after this, and what was the step?
So my assessment of, Chairperson, my assessment of ESCOM's response through their lawyers was that they are not going to genuinely engage with the issues that I've identified as being material. It takes one act of inconsistency in breaking a trust relationship. But over a period of 9 weeks, this was sufficient for me to arrive at the conclusion that the working relationship that is supposed to be based on trust with the board was no longer existing. And having, you know, experienced in other places what happens the moment you've got tension between the boards and the executives, I did not want the situation to revisit ESCOM as an entity. It had too many things to focus on. The country needed it to be focused on doing the task. I was just 1%, then Marokani. I understood what is going on here. Let me remove myself. And at that point in time, Chair, I picked up the phone and called the then interim chairperson because Mr. Zolasoti had left. I picked up the phone and called Dr. Ngubane, whom I knew very well before he came to ESCOM. Me and him belong to the same denomination and not the same church. So we don't go to the same church. We belong to the same denomination. We're both Catholics. And I said to him that, my honest assessment is that our working relationship of trust is broken. Can we find a way of peacefully separating with each other? He was quite grateful for the call. He undertook to identify part of the board members who could perhaps start these conversations with me. And the following day, he actually reverted to the names of the board members who subsequently met with me. And I think over 2 engagements and multiple emails back and forth, we arrived at what is sitting as an extra here separation agreement with the organization, and I left.
Well, when you contacted Dr. Ngubane and said to him that you thought that in effect there was no trust anymore between yourself and either ESCOM or the board, did he say anything along the lines that, and when you said, you know, can you talk about parting ways? Did he say anything along the lines that, hang on, the board actually contemplates that you should come back. It has no issues with you. There is no problem of trust. You know, this inquiry did not or is not looking into any wrongdoing. As far as the board is concerned, we expect you to come back in due course. So why are you talking about the parting of ways?
Chairperson, I stated my position to Dr. Ngubane of you know, me having lost trust in the board that we can function together going forth, and as a result, I would request that we engage in discussions for mutually agreeable separation. He had me. He thanked me for reaching out, and he undertook to revert, you know, with mandated individuals for that conversation. And that actually happened very swiftly, Chairperson. The following day, you know, this call I do recall was in the evening on a Thursday. The following day, I had the names of the two people who were going to engage with me, and they reached out, you know, and we began the conversation.
From your point of view, how were you feeling at the time that you decided to approach Dr. Ngubane? How were you feeling about any future with ESCOM?
Chair, as I said, you know, and captured in my first letter, I was still fully committed to getting back, and we get on with the job.
Yes.
At that point, 9 weeks later, having been ignored in a manner that it happened, and also seeing the various messages coming from the board at that point in time, I was no longer willing to be working with a party like that. You know, I had a choice here. The choice is really me working because the board is new. The board is not going to be fired to accommodate one executive who feels that trust issues are down with it. I understood it very clearly that I'm in a space where I cannot work with those I'm supposed to work with from a position of trust. I was disappointed. It was a very premature ending of a career I thought I'll make within the SOE. And as a matter of fact, within the SOEs as well, because I came from one SOE prior to joining ESCOM. It was an abrupt end to what I saw as a long career, and definitely an abrupt end to anything that I was contemplating, even in the periods leading up to the response of the 30th or so from the team. Yeah.
So you met with a delegation of the board or representatives of the board?
Yeah. The two board members, Chairperson, who were mandated to engage with me on the subject were Mr. Romeo Kumalo and Mr. Zitembe Koza. And both gentlemen, I don't recall who of the two actually reached out for us to set up our first meeting. And it was a very, you know, social setup, nothing too tense. We had a first conversation. We had a second conversation probably a week apart, and I'm very aware that they were supported by the system back in the organization because they needed to go back and check points or check mandates, and ultimately with the participation of Ms. Venet Lane, who's also been here, we arrived at the separation agreement.
How many meetings did you have before you reached agreement?
Yeah. Chairperson, I had, my recollection is 2 meetings, face-to-face meetings with those two gentlemen. And in the process, we may have exchanged close to 20 email correspondences back and forth. I definitely had at least 4 email correspondence towards the end with Ms. Venet Lane on trying to bed down particular aspects of the agreement here.
when Dr. Ngubane was here, as well as Ms. Klein, when they gave their evidence on different days here, one of the issues that arose was whether the departure of the three executives, including you, from ESCOM, that is yourself, Mr. Matona, and Ms. Mulefe, was an issue that arose was whether or not the executives decided on their own that they no longer wanted to continue working for ESCOM, or whether it was representatives of the board or some board members who interacted with them who indicated that those executives were not welcome back. Mr. Matona gave evidence that he was told by the representatives of the board who met with him that the issue of him going back to his job was off the table, and they could talk about another basis of parting ways. That's what he said. So, with regard to you, how would you describe the situation in terms of your decision to approach Dr. Ngubane about the possibility of exiting ESCOM?
Chairperson, I can confirm that I made the approach to Dr. Ngubane. So if you look at the mechanics of it, I reached out. Those are the mechanics. But you have to look at the circumstances leading to that. And
yes.
The trail of evidence of my letters and the issues that I raised in them, and their response, very cursory response towards the end, suggested to me that I could have done it then, or it was going to be just a matter of time. That this is not a place, this is not how you treat an executive that you want to come back to work. This is not how you treat that executive. It's not how you treat an executive that you say there's no allegations against them and you just want them to come back after you found the facts to continue their work. We've broken a very important core line of trust here, and therefore you've rendered our relationship not to be conducive for working. So I made the call based on the behavior that has been displayed by ESCOM by the board up to that point.
I don't know whether you say so in one of your letters, but is the position that when you looked at what had happened from the day of your suspension up to the time when you decided to reach out to Dr. Ngubane, or is the position that you concluded that you were not wanted by the board anymore?
That's correct, Chair. That's essentially the point I was raising, that the manner in which the board conducted itself in engaging with me whilst on suspension on the matters that I raised suggested that I'm not welcome at the board. Yeah.
Do you remember whether actually you do say so in one of your letters? I seem to remember that you say you felt unwanted. Do you remember whether you say anything along those lines? I don't know whether I'm confusing what you may have said in letters or whether it might be Ms. Mulefe who says it, but I seem to think it was you.
So maybe if I may refer to some semblance of that in my first affidavit, Chairperson, paragraph 3.
Yeah.
Paragraph 3, there's a sentence that starts with, as time progressed, it became clear to me that the board was deliberately frustrating me. It was well into the month of May, around the 20th, and now I know it's around the 13th, that I called the interim chairman of the board, Dr. Ben Ngubane, in the evening to indicate to him that I'd come to the conclusion that I could no longer trust the board, and as such, I wanted us to discuss how to separate.
Yes.
And by the following morning, the two gentlemen designated to carry out those conversations with me were already notified and were ready to engage.
Yes. So the two members of the board who met with you, Mr. Romeo Kumalo, and who was the other person?
Mr. Zatembe Khoza.
Yeah, and Mr. Zatembe Khoza. When they met with you, they came on the basis or spoke to you on the basis that what was to be discussed was the parting of the ways. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. There was no other discussion of
That's
anything
correct.
else. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yes. And ultimately, you reached a settlement agreement with ESCOM. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair, and I left the service of the utility at the end of May.
Yes. And of course, the settlement agreement is here. I saw it. In terms of that settlement agreement, were you paid effectively a year's salary, 12 months salary?
Now, Chairperson, I was paid an equivalent of 6 months' salary, and I was paid some of the bonus schemes that were due but not yet payable.
Yes.
At that point in time. So it was really around it. Yeah.
Yes. So, okay, I think one of the people, or maybe Dr. Ngubane or Miss Klein, or maybe Miss, I thought that somebody said for all the 3 executives who did not come back, they were paid about 12 months salary. But you say certainly in your case, that was not the case.
Yeah, Chairperson, let me address that matter. In the separation agreement, the makeup of the separation amount is not explicit.
Yes.
It is a lump sum number. that is put
Yes.
through there. I know that if that number meant 12 months of my salary, together with other provisions of payments, it could have been, the sum total could have been a higher number. But I know that it was made up of 6 months' salary. It was made up of, and it's there in Mr. Anton Minar's explanations of how he dealt with this retention bonus systems.
Yes,
that worked in
yes.
there. Some components of those are
Yes.
what made it up, that in the end, it may look like equal to a 12-month
year's
salary,
salary,
but it
yes.
was made up of different components, yeah.
Oh, okay. So would it be correct to say,
The equivalent of,
however, irrespective of how it was made up, it was the total amount was in the region of a year's salary?
that's correct, Chairperson.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Selega?
That's on page 125, Chairperson, the settlement agreement.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Marukani, yes, insofar as you say Mrs. Venita Klein did the last interaction with you in regard to the settlement agreement, may I quickly just refer you to the pages, page 299.4, page 299.4. It's in reverse order, I beg your pardon, to 299.1.
Okay,
You will see it's a string of emails from the 21st of May 2015.
that's correct, Chairperson.
The last one being on the 31st of August the 27th of May 2015.
27th of May 2015, that's correct.
Would that have been your engagement with Ms. Klein in regard to the settlement
Yeah,
agreement?
that's correct, Chairperson. So you'll see that the first email from her to me was on the 21st of May 2015, and we had a few emails back and forth almost every day up to the 27th of May 2015. This was essentially the final version of the separation agreement. We signed it on the 28th of May. It became effective from the 1st of June.
I asked Dr. Ngubane and Ms. Clay when they gave evidence here, and they told me that the board had no problem with these executives, and that actually the board wanted them back. I asked them why the board paid these executives so much money if the position was that the executives decided by themselves to leave, and the board actually wanted them to stay. I said, if the executives said they wanted to leave and you wanted them to stay, why didn't you say, look, as far as we are concerned, you are welcome to continue. We have in mind that you will still be part of the future of this company. But if you decide on your own you want to leave, then that's your decision. Why did you agree to pay so much money? Are you able to say anything to me on that issue as to why ESCOM or the board was prepared to pay the money that they paid in order to reach a settlement?
Chairperson, I can confirm that in engagement, the subject of the board's wish to have me back was never broached. So
it was never brought up.
It was never brought there. It was never on the table. This was never on the table.
Yes.
You know, now that you raise it, I just remember my contract may be somewhere in here, Council. But if you look at the provisions of my employment contract, I'm speaking under correction, but I think my notice period was actually 6 months. So if the board didn't want me to leave, the board could have enjoyed the further 6 months of my service without having to pay a cent, because I would have been obligated to see through my notice period. So all those instruments were there for them. I think it's between 3 months and 6 months, but I do recall it was quite unusually long. Yeah, 6 months or so.
Your own understanding of why they were prepared to pay the money that they paid, maybe through discussion with the representatives, are you able to say what your understanding was of why they were prepared to pay?
My understanding, Chairperson, is that they were prepared to pay for my departure because they realized, or by then they would have realized that what they'd carried out to us, to me in particular, was procedurally unfair and could have been successfully challenged in a court. They could see from my correspondence with them, specifically the response from my lawyers on the 2nd of May, in response to their lawyers' very light response that my lawyers were taking advice and consultation from me in terms of what is the next steps. And I the only sense is they wanted to avoid a protracted legal battle, and hence they were ready to pay me to go away. I do and can also indicate, Chairperson, that I listened to Dr. Ngubane's presentation here, and he said something to that effect himself.
Yes, no, he did, but let me put this to you. If you challenged your suspension on the basis that the process was unfair, remember that during your suspension, you were getting your salary, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, Chairperson.
So the only thing that could happen is that your suspension could be stopped by the CCMA or by a court, and then you would go back.
That's correct.
You understand that?
That's correct.
I doubt that there would be any money you would get because this was not a suspension without pay. You understand that? But at the time that you reached out to Dr. Ngubane, you were not too far, were you, to the expiry of the 3 months
That's
of
correct.
the inquiry.
That's correct.
And the understanding had been, when you were suspended, that you were suspended pending the completion of the inquiry, isn't it?
That's correct, Chairperson.
So, the question for me is, if you went to court at the time you reached out to Dr. Ngubane, one, to challenge the suspension, financially, it doesn't look like there was going to be anything financial you would get because you were being paid.
That's correct.
But maybe the court or the CCMA could say this suspension must be terminated because it's procedurally unfair. But that would be very close to the expiry of the 3 months anyway. But also, they could appeal or review, and then the 3 months would expire, and you'd come back anyway. So I have that issue with that suggestion, you know, that in terms of going to court, one, it was unlikely that it was going to cost ESCOM any money if you went to court and succeeded. If the court or the CCMA stopped the suspension, one, the 3 months was about to expire anyway, but two, there could have been a review or an appeal, which would have allowed the 3 months to expire anyway. So I have some doubts whether or not, to say the least, whether or not that could have been a genuine concern on their part. On their part.
Yeah, Chairperson, I mean, I do not know fully what was really going through their minds, but I can tell you two other key considerations from my part, which you just reminded me. You know, you indicate that at the point when I reached out to initiate the separation discussions, we're about a month away from the conclusion of the 3rd month. At that point in time, Chairperson, nobody knew, myself in particular, how far the investigation progressed and whether it had even started, as a matter of fact. So the 3 months, whilst I know about the 3 months at the beginning, I was uncertain as to whether they started on time and were going to finish it within the 3 months period itself. And then the key other consideration on my side, and so this talks to the waking up in the morning and basically basking in the sun that I was being subjected to, that didn't sit well with me. And then the second issue, of course, is the fact that, you know, if a court of law was to find that this is procedurally unfair and Moroccan must return back to ESCOM, this was basically meaning I'm going to go back and work with the people in whom I've lost trust. So this is a recipe for disaster. And so my consideration at that point in time to say I've been placed in a position where it's untenable for me to continue to work with this board, so I need to leave.
No, you see, I don't have a problem with the points you make, but those points go towards the question of why you decided to reach out in the way you did.
That's correct.
They don't explain why ESCOM decided to pay
That's correct,
so
Chairperson.
much money, because the board, the people who were doing investigations were reporting to the board.
That's correct,
So
Chairperson.
one must take it that the board knew how far the investigation was and how much time was left before the investigation would be completed. You see,
That's correct,
you might not have known,
Yeah.
but they must have known.
Yeah.
So-
Chairperson,
So that's part of my query, to say from their side, if they wanted you wanted the executives to continue, I have difficulty understanding why they were prepared to to pay as much as they offered to pay. But you are not them. You can
correct.
speak for yourself.
Chairperson, now you've made me more curious. I'll be following you more to hear whether you get to this response then.
Sorry?
I'm saying, now you've now sharpened my curiosity. I'll be watching carefully as to whether we'll ever get to that answer.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. I don't know whether, Mr. Selega, there is anything further you wish to get from Mr. Marokane, but I think from my side I've covered most of the things, if not all the things I wanted to cover.
No, indeed, Chair, you've covered nearly everything. I just wanted to clarify on the evidence they presented here is that the delegation of the board had a mandate to settle at a maximum of 12 months.
Yeah.
So they could settle at anything up to 12 months.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. And lastly, Mr. Marokane, we have the board minutes of 11 March 2015, before the minister came there. And I see that you couldn't attend the meeting. There's an apology from your side together with other people. But in that minute, it's recorded here that with regard to group capital and the build program, it was noted that the board had visited Medupi. It was reported that Medupi Unit 6 had been synchronized, which was a significant event in ESCOM's history, and was the first time such an event had taken place in the last 20 years. It was noted that in future the Minister of PE wanted to be included in successful events like this. That will be the Minister of Public Enterprise. Is that an aspect that relates to you?
Yeah, Chairperson, the matter being referred to, first of all, I was not a board member, so I only attended board meetings by invitation.
By invitation,
with fellow EXCO members where it happened. This specific incident happened in the week of the 5th, 6th or so of March. It's a matter that...
That's the milestone you are talking about.
The milestone I'm talking about, Chairperson, it's very difficult to plan it to the T because it's about how far you've progressed, you know, with the construction, but also with the, you know, how you tune in the plant in terms of getting it ready for that particular event of synchronizing into the grid. So we couldn't have found a perfect time where upfront everybody is there. We were there as executives because we had a sense that it will happen between this time and that time, and so we were there. And that's what's being referred to in that space.
Yes, but what I thought you could explain to the chairperson, does that relate to the milestone you referred to at the beginning of your testimony?
That's correct, Chairperson. So this milestone of eventually getting the first unit of Medupi functional was arrived at around the 7th or 6th of March. That 2 days thereafter, we were back at the War Room as part of the progress meetings with the War Room in Cape Town. I took leave 3 days later, only to come back and be suspended. That's basically the sequence of the events here.
So, around the 6th or 7th of March, this milestone was reached, is that right?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And you were very excited about it, I would
Absolutely.
guess.
Yeah.
And it was quite an achievement for your portfolio.
It was a very important achievement for the utility. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course, unbeknown to you, 2 days later or so, a day or two later, namely 8 March, you were being discussed at a meeting in Durban.
So I found out, Chairperson.
Your name was included among those who were supposed to be suspended.
So I found out, Chairperson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Must have been quite painful when you...
It is. The pains we pay for saving the country. But
Yes, yes. Okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Marokane, would you have come to know one way or the other, about the pending suspensions, in particular your suspension before the 11th of March?
Yeah. Chairperson, as per my supplementary affidavit in a closed session, and I also listened to Ms. Daniels' testimony, she is correct in saying that when she got home the day after the now infamous Melrose Arch meeting that she reached out to me. I saw her that evening because she expressed some real sense of urgency and importance on this matter. I saw her, she told me the story as she relayed it out here. This back in 2015 looked unthinkable. When you believe in the power of the governance committees and how things are done, it looked a little bit far-fetched. And what I did, as per my affidavit, Chairperson, as I drove back home, I reached out to Ms. Molefe, who's one of my suspended four, to indicate that there's a matter like this that may be happening. But other than that, that's really the essence of how I got to know of it. And so we kept watching things as they're unfolding. Yeah.
Well, that might be quite important. Ms. Daniels testified about a number of things. One of them is that I think on the 10th of March, he was invited, or he was taken to a meeting by Mr. Machela Koko at Melrose Arch, where the two of them met with Mr. Salim Essa. And at that meeting, Mr. Salim Essa asked her something along the lines, what is the procedure at ESCOM if you want to suspend somebody? Or how do you suspend somebody at ESCOM or something like that? And at that meeting, she learned that there would be suspensions of certain executives. Now, are you saying that on that day, Ms. Daniels did tell you about that meeting?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes.
Ms. Daniels sent me a text. I think she probably tried calling me and my phone was off.
Yes.
And left me a voicemail to the effect that she needed to see me urgently and
Yes.
couldn't wait for the next day.
Yes.
This was in the early parts of the evening, and she relayed this story as you've just captured it, Chairperson, that she's come
Yes.
across
Yes.
this kind of information,
Yes.
and she felt that she just needed me to know,
Yes.
because she was still in shock in terms of understanding what is intended from it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You say she first sent you an SMS.
Yeah, she may have sent me an SMS. My phone was off, Chairperson.
Yes.
Remember I was on leave in the
Yes, you were on
time.
leave, yeah.
So I may have been engaged with one or two other things that led my phone to eventually be off, having been out there for the whole day.
Yes. So you actually had a meeting that
Yeah,
evening.
Yeah. Chairperson, as I stated in my affidavit, once I've reached out to her in the early parts of the evening, I actually drove to her house.
Yes.
I drove to her house. She relayed the story in exactly the same manner that you have captured.
Yes.
I indicated to her that, we work in a very contested space here. There are parties now and again who are unhappy about the decisions we make. And some of them openly say, we'll go report to you at DPE, or we'll go tell the minister, or we'll go tell the board. This is something that in our execution of our duties as executives in the SOEs, you frequently come across. And I'd come, through a few of those in a short space I was in ESCOM. So I took that message, like, well, thanks for letting me know, but let's see what's really doable here, because this looked very far-fetched. Because I was not a board member and I didn't know of the board meeting the following day, I actually called Ms. Molefe and said, look, can I see you before I get to my house? Because there's a matter I need to think about before tomorrow. And, upon engaging with her, Ms. Molefe, I got confirmation that indeed there's a board meeting tomorrow. And so I relayed the story to her. We are both a bit shocked in terms of the intensity of what is being planned here. But deep down, I always believed in the board doing the right thing, or holding, or some governance lens is going to hold on. We'll see how this unfolds. But by the end of the next day, it was done. It was essentially done.
So in a certain way, you kind of corroborate what Ms. Daniel says.
Yeah.
Obviously, you were not at the meeting
That's correct.
among herself and
Yeah.
Mr. Koko and Mr. Esa, but you say she phoned you,
Yeah,
asked to that you met,
Yeah.
you drove to her house. She told you that this is what had happened, and you subsequently, same evening, also shared that information with Ms.
Ms.
Molefe.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, what Mr. Marogane referred to as a notice period,
Yeah.
it is in the contract,
Yes.
clause 17.3. I will just read it to the record. It says this contract may be terminated by either party giving 6 months written notice to that effect to the other party, provided that the company shall be entitled to terminate this contract without notice for reasons justifying a summary dismissal.
Yes.
We
Okay.
will- It will be included in the reference booklet.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Are you done?
I am indeed,
Yes.
Chairperson.
Okay, Mr. Morokane, thank you very much for coming to give evidence. We appreciate it very much. I don't know if you might have something you want to say before I release you.
Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. It's been revisiting painful eras. It's not been quite easy, but I'm glad it's done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You are excused. I guess, Mr. Silega, we must take a short adjournment before we start with the next witness.
Certainly, Chair.
Yes.
Certainly.
Okay, we'll take a short adjournment. It's about 9 minutes to 4. Shall we resume at 10 past?
That's will be in order,
Yeah,
Chair.
we'll resume at 10 past 4. We adjourn.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yes, we are ready, Chairperson. The next witness is Ms. Tsolofelo Molefe. She is present and ready to take the oath.
Please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Solofelo Beatitude Leti Molefe.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, I do not.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
I do, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, for this witness, ESCOM Bundle 11 has been prepared. ESCOM Bundle 11, Ms. Molefe, you will have a file before you which is similarly marked ESCOM Bundle 11. If you look at this, the very first page, the cover page of that file, and just for housekeeping purposes, Chairperson, just to confirm with the witness, you have provided the Commission with an affidavit, two affidavits. The first is found on page 1, or page 5, I beg your pardon. We follow the pagination on the top left-hand corner, the black pagination as opposed to the red pagination. You see that?
That is correct. I can see it.
You can see it, page 5. It's an affidavit that runs up to page 17. Well, there's page 18 also, the Commissioner's details.
I've got up to page 15. Am I looking at the correct one?
Just concentrate on, yeah, I see, that's the red pagination.
Okay.
Look at
The
the
black pagination.
left, the pagination in black.
Correct, 18.
I beg your pardon?
Yes.
You
Up
have
to
it.
Page 18, I have it.
Thank you. The signature appears on page 17.
That is correct.
Is that your signature?
That is my signature.
And the affidavit is dated 22 July 2020. You confirm that as
I
well?
confirm that.
Chairperson, I beg leave to have the affidavit marked Exhibit U12-1.
The most important part is that you ask that it be admitted as evidence. The affidavit of Ms.
Thank you,
Solofelo
Chair.
Beatitude Leti Molefe, starting at page 2 of ESCOM Bundle 11, will be admitted as an exhibit and will be marked Exhibit U12.
U12.1. Thank you, Chair.
Exhibit U12.1. Yes.
It's admitted. Thank you, Chairperson. The next, Ms. Molefe, is your supplementary affidavit that you find on page 597.
F97.
That's item 13. If you follow the file dividers.
What page?
597.
597.
Yes, Chairperson. Between tram lines, it's supplementary affidavit. And that runs up to page 607.
I have it.
You have it. The signature by the deponent, you confirm that to be your signature.
That is my signature.
The date of the affidavit is 2 October 2020.
That is correct.
Confirm that. And you confirm this to be your supplementary affidavit?
That is mine.
Chairperson, I beg leave to have this also admitted into the evidence as Exhibit U12.2.
The supplementary affidavit of Ms. Tsulufero Beat Molefe, starting at page 597 and going up to page 607, will be admitted as an exhibit and will be marked
Shall I?
Exhibit U
U12.2.
12.2.
May I add together with the annexures there too, Chairperson?
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Molefe, you similarly with the previous witness, you had a closed session interview with the ESCOM work stream, which you confirm in your supplementary affidavit on page 598, paragraph 5. So just remember, keep to the
598.
the black pagination. Are you there? Page 598, paragraph 5, it says, I confirm that I was called to a closed session meeting with the Commission on 20 August 2020, wherein I testified under oath. I also confirm that I have been provided with a copy of the transcript of my testimony attached hereto as TM1. I have perused the transcript and hereby confirm the contents thereof to be a true reflection of my testimony.
That is correct.
That is correct. Now, that transcript is found on page, it starts on page 609 as the cover page. It ends on page 737. Insofar as it relates to you.
I have it.
Thank you. Chairperson, with that housekeeping out of the way, we may proceed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Molefe, you are called to testify in regard to mainly the suspension of the executives. Evidence has been laid already before this commission that you became one of the executives that were suspended on the 11th of March 2015.
That is correct.
There's a bit of a background to yourself and the lead up to the suspensions. Tell the chairperson what is your profession, your qualification and profession as part of the background.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a chartered accountant by profession. I've got a BA Honours in Accounting and Finance, which I obtained at the University of London in the United Kingdom through the British Council Scholarship. And I also have a BCom Honours that I've obtained through UNISA. I served my articles with Coopers and Lybrand at the time to do training in accounting and auditing to enable me to obviously qualify as a chartered accountant. I obviously had to write board exams, qualifying exams, that enabled me to qualify as a chartered accountant. So in a nutshell, those are my qualifications.
Yes. When did you join ESCOM?
I joined ESCOM in July 2005. I joined as a finance manager for the transmission division, a division of ESCOM, a position that I held for about 6 months, after which I was promoted to general manager of finance and business support in the same division. I then moved over after about four years, having done several projects with the then CEO at the time, Mr. Brian Dames. I then got promoted to become the group executive of customer service, a position that I held for about 3 years, just under 3 years, after which I was then appointed the finance director of ESCOM in 2014, January 2014.
Yes. At the time of your suspension, was that the position you occupied?
That is correct.
Of financial director?
I was the financial director of the company.
Now, there is a meeting which is referred to in your affidavit, and it came up during the testimony of Mr. Tsotsi. The chairperson wanted clarity in regard to that meeting. There seems to be a confusion as we read, obviously not on your part, but on our part, whether the meeting you refer to as the one Mr. Tsotsi said he was going to cancel, but nonetheless you made the board to convene that meeting and proceeded to convene. Is it the same meeting as the one which was cancelled on the 26th of February 2015? Could you explain to the chairperson whether there's a distinction?
Yes, Chair, those are two different meetings. The meeting of the 26th of Feb would have been the first board meeting, full board meeting with the new board. The meeting that Mr. Tsotsi tried to or cancelled was the meeting that was going to take place around the 30th of November 2014, if I'm not mistaken. And in fact, if I recall, it was actually a special meeting, Chair, because the important...
That meeting would have fallen under the previous board?
The previous board, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it was with the previous board. What had happened, Chairman, is that we had just completed our interim financial results. The auditors had obviously signed on the results, and we were then going to do a results announcement the following week. I think it was a Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. The 30th of November, if I'm correct, I think it was a Sunday, and that's why it was a special meeting. And the reason for that special meeting was that the old board had been seized with an investigation into the TNA contract, the New Age contract, which the interim CEO at the time, Mr. Machila, had signed without following due governance. On finding out about that, the previous board decided to investigate the matter. And once they investigated the matter, they obviously received a report. They had appointed Koboto Forensics to do the investigation into the matter. Once the report was out, the external auditors then found out about it before we went for the results announcement. And obviously, we would have informed the auditors about it as part of practice, but because the board was still deliberating on the matter, we had not obviously informed the auditors. The auditors then obviously called me and said, look, we understand there's this matter. As far as we are concerned, it is a reportable irregularity by an executive of the authority, being the interim CEO, and therefore it requires that we change our audit opinion that we have already given and put a matter, what they call a matter of emphasis, on their report. And they also wanted to recommend to the board at the time that they need to also amend their director's report in the financials to indicate what steps they had taken regarding the matter. So that required then we have a special meeting because the board had already looked at the financials. So it required that we have another board meeting so that the auditors could then explain to the board and give them obviously direction in terms of what needed to be done. I then called Mr. Zola Tsotsi I called him, I think it was on a Friday evening, after my meeting with the auditors. I think he had been overseas, if I'm not mistaken. We agreed that we would meet in the office on Saturday so that I could explain to him why there was a need for another board meeting. He then agreed with me, he understood, after I had explained to him that this is the position of the external auditors. He then convened a meeting for Sunday. So that was the meeting that was then to take place, the meeting of the 30th of November. The meeting was convened through the company secretary at the time. I think it was Malisela Pogobie, and it was going to take place at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. While I was preparing for the meeting on the day, I think around about 12:30, Mr. Tsotsi then called me to indicate that he's going to cancel that meeting. Now, the importance of those...
Just hang on, Ms. Mulefe. Did you say that your meeting with Mr. Tsotsi that was planned for Saturday did take place?
It did take place at the...
And that is where he agreed that there should be a meeting on Sunday?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. But now on Sunday, around about
12
o'clock,
o'clock.
he
then
called
calls.
to
That is
indicate
correct.
his intention to cancel the meeting.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Continue.
Yeah. He then indicated that, so I impressed upon him, in fact, not to cancel the meeting, because he was aware as well that we needed to have the financials approved, have the interim results announced, because those financials were important for us to go and raise funding on the international market. So he understood the importance of those financials. So I impressed upon him that we cannot cancel the meeting. We have to go ahead. He then said to me, he will speak, he will think about it, and he'll come back to me. He came back to me, I think, just under an hour, indicating that, in fact, he didn't come back to me. The secretary, the company secretary, sent us messages to all board members to say the chairman has requested the meeting to be cancelled, and that he is going to have a meeting tomorrow with the shareholder, the Minister Lim Brown at the time, to discuss the matter. I had impressed on him I then called him again. I said, Mr. Tsotsi, these results are very important. I don't think it's a good idea to cancel the meeting. And I actually asked him, but who is asking that we cancel the meeting? Is it the board? Is it the shareholder? And he said to me, it is people from outside. He would not tell me who it was, but he just said that he is getting pressure from people from outside to cancel the board meeting. What I then did, I called all the board members that I could find to inform them of this matter. Fortunately, most of them had not seen the cancellation from the company secretary. So they were getting themselves ready to actually attend the board meeting in the afternoon at the ESCOM offices at 4 o'clock. So the meeting did go ahead without Mr. Tsotsi. At that meeting, the board that had confirmed that they would be attending, they selected a chairman to obviously lead the discussions. The auditors were there. We were then obviously guided by the auditors. The board members then approved the financials accordingly. Unfortunately, Mr. Tsotsi was not happy. What I had done, Chairman, just to also indicate before the board meeting, is that I called Mr. Matuna to find out if he knew about the cancellation. He wasn't aware of it. And I said to him, well, Mr. Tsotsi is going to discuss with the shareholder tomorrow. And he said, well, I'm not aware that they have a meeting because I have a meeting with the shareholder tomorrow. And he asked me to join him for the meeting. I then joined him for the meeting the following day, which was the Monday. And while I was there, Mr. Tsotsi sent me a message again to say the meeting that was convened the day before, because he had cancelled it, he has been advised that it was constituted unlawfully, and therefore the proceedings of those meetings are null and void. So I then informed the minister. I then, in fact, informed the CE, Mr. Matuna, because we were meeting with the minister. He then informed the acting DG as well as the minister in the meeting, And the minister wasn't happy about that. He said he knows nothing of that. He does not have a meeting. She does not have a meeting with Mr. Tsotsi. And the board must do the right thing. She is not going to interfere in the proceedings of the results announcement. So I then called the board members again individually, informed them that it will appear that there's a technicality regarding how the meeting was convened on Sunday because it had been cancelled by Mr. Tsotsi. So they then decided that they will convene another meeting on that evening to make sure that it has been constituted properly so that they can approve again the financial statements. So that occurred on the evening of the, or on the Monday, I think it was. But Mr. Tsotsi did attend the meeting and he apologized to the board members for the, I think he called it a misunderstanding, but the board did not want to get into the details of that. But the meeting was then, the meeting proceeded to approve the financials. But that was, Chair, in a nutshell, the meeting that he had cancelled. And he said to me he was getting pressure from outside.
There seems to have been an urgency in having the meeting and in having the financial statements approved. Was that because there was a time frame within which the date by when they needed to be approved was close by, or what?
Yes, Chair, if I can just explain, the financials had already been approved, but because there had been an investigation into the dealings of the TNA, the auditors then said they need to, before the results are released, they need to amend their audit report. And we only had about 3 days before the results announcement. So that was the urgency of that meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you never got to know what outside pressure Mr. Tsotsi was talking about?
Chair, I got to find out much later that he, and I really can't remember how I found out, that he was getting pressure from the CEO of TNA. I think it's Mr. Hawa, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Hawa?
Yeah, that he should cancel. And the reason for that was because of the issue regarding the TNA NETA that had been approved without due governance. And I do refer it in my affidavit.
Yes.
In my main affidavit, Chair. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Slager.
Thank you, Chair. Well, when Mr. Tsotsi was here, he was asked a question relative to the pressure brought to bear on him, and he said to the chairperson he would have been more straightforward with you, that it was the president putting pressure on him. Did
Yes.
he say that?
No, Chair, I absolutely, I did hear him say that in his testimony, and that is not correct because I was quite pointed in asking him who exactly asked him to cancel the meeting. I even said, is it the board? Is it the shareholder? But he just said it is pressure from outside. He did not mention the name of the president.
How did you find out that it was Mr. Hawa?
Chair, I think later, much later, and it was really just through the grapevine that, I got to find out much later.
So you didn't
So-
find out from Mr. Tsotsi?
No, I did not find out from
And
Mr.
you
Tsotsi.
didn't find out from Mr. Hawa?
No, I did not find out from Mr. Hawa. Yeah.
Was it simply a grapevine?
It was really simply a grapevine.
Okay.
Yeah, but it made sense because the issue was he was getting pressure
Yeah.
that we should not amend the financials to include a reportable irregularity relating to the TNA matter.
Yes, the problem with the grapevine is that it's unreliable.
Absolutely.
It's not something you can
Yeah.
rely on to
Yeah.
say that was the position.
Yeah.
You see, so that's not very helpful. You know. But what he did say you is he was getting pressure from outside.
Yeah.
We don't know who he was talking about in terms of what he told you. You may have heard whatever you had in the grapevine.
Yeah,
but,
that's correct.
certainly he said to you
Yeah.
there was pressure from outside.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. So, ma'am, when you are appointed FD, Financial Director, in January 2014, who was the Minister of the DPE at the time?
It was Minister Malusi Gigaba that I got appointed when I got appointed.
When you go, did you have any interaction with the Office of the Minister?
Yes, Chair. I mean, we had quite a number of interactions with them. I think even before then, but even when I was the CFO, on a number of occasions through our shareholder report and execution, we would obviously see them. But specifically, I had an interesting engagement with the Chief of Staff
Yes.
in the Office of the Minister, and Somi.
Please tell the chairperson about that.
Yes, Chair. So I think probably 2 months into my appointment, in fact, I was on my way to a meeting.
As
As the financial director. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was on my way to a meeting.
But was the position of financial director effectively the same as a CFO?
Yes, it's essentially
It is the same job?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was actually on my way to a meeting at the DPE offices in Pretoria. Mr. Somi asked to see me when I have time, and I said to him, actually, I'm on my way to your offices to have meetings with some of your colleagues. After my meeting, I will come and see you. So I did go and see him. And when essentially I went to the meeting, he really just congratulated me for my appointment, and actually indicated that they hope that they would have a much better relationship, a working relationship than they had with my predecessor, Mr. Polo Flati. And I said, why is that? He said, no, it was just really, difficult to work with him. And he also said that they have also been receiving quite a number of complaints from, black suppliers that Eskom is not embracing transformation. And I said to him, I'm quite surprised because we give quite a lot of feedback to the department around our, obviously initiatives as a company in as far as enterprise supply development is concerned, and transformation has been top of mind for our board. And he said, well, there are 1 or 2 suppliers that would like to meet to just, allay their concerns. I said to him, look, I do not have a problem. We do have a chief procurement officer in the company. In fact, I think it was Dan Marukane at the time. I said that, he has been appointed chief of commercial, so, he would be the right person to speak to. But I'm quite happy to speak to whoever has got those grievances, and then I can obviously refer them appropriately to the relevant executive. He then said, okay, I will try and set up a meeting for you. And indeed, that meeting took place, I think, around about a couple of weeks later. And that meeting took place, Chair, if I recall, I was actually on my way to Cape Town. And I said to him, look, I actually don't want us to meet in the office because I'm worried I'm going to miss my flight. Can we meet somewhere on my way out of my office? So we met at the Bayrons, just on Woodmead. There's an engine garage there somewhere. So we met there, and I said to him, I don't have much time. Just do the introduction, and then I'll take their details and I'll take them to the relevant officials just to understand what are the issues. So as I was sitting there, a gentleman called by the name of Salim Essa. I was meeting him for the first time. So that was the gentleman that said he had concerns. But when I asked him which suppliers do you work for, what do you do? Have you actually pitched for work before from Eskom? He merely said no. I work with various companies. And he said that we would like to do business with Eskom. And I said, well, I'll take you through, I'll refer you to the relevant processes within Eskom that you would want to make sure that you know if you want to do work with Eskom. So I really had to go. So I really cut the meeting short. And that was really my first encounter with the Chief of Staff when he introduced me to Salim Essa as well.
Yes.
So
Now,
at the engine garage, you met Mr. Kigaba's Chief of Staff and Mr. Essa.
Yeah, so with the Chief of Staff, that would have been the second encounter, because my first encounter was at his offices. He then introduced me to Mr. Salim Essa next to the Bayrons and engine garage there.
Okay.
Yeah.
so did you take Mr. Salim Essa's particulars in that meeting?
No, I didn't, Chair. I actually didn't take his particulars. I think I did. Sorry, I think I did take his card or something. Yeah, I think I did take his card, if I recall, but I did not follow up. So Mr. Msomi actually followed up, and he kept on following up, and he kept on following up. I actually remember telling the chairman that, you know what, I've been getting these constant requests. Can you ask the DPE officials? In fact, I was asking, what is the protocol with, officials in the minister's office? And Mr. Tswezi said, well, they should not be engaging with executives. Don't worry, I'll talk to him. So that was the last I heard of Mr. Msomi. Yeah.
But did you pass on the message to the relevant people at ESCOM?
Yeah, so Chair, I spoke about it, but because there was no specific issue that he was complaining about, he was obviously going to, through Mr. Msomi, bring the specifics, which obviously really did not come. All that Mr. Msomi wanted was, one meeting after the other without providing the necessary detail. That's when I refused to engage any further.
Could you please tell the chairperson whether was this your first and last meeting with Mr. Salim Essa?
Chair, it was I met Mr. Salim Essa twice, so that was the first time. The second time I met Mr. Salim Essa, I met him with Mr. Colin Machila, who was the interim chief executive at the time, after Mr. Brian Damis left. So what had happened, Chairman, is that shortly after my appointment, somewhere around April, we had a board strategy session. Part of the board strategy session, I would then, as the financial director, present a financial plan to the board and our execution plan over the next few years. After my presentation, Mr. Tsotsi was not particularly happy with the presentation in terms of what he said. He was not specific on what are the issues. He just said that it's not robust enough and that the minister would like to see a rather very detailed plan.
I'm sorry, just tell me the presentation that you're talking about that Mr. Tsotsi was not happy with. What presentation was it? Who were you making the presentation to? What was it about?
I was doing a presentation on the financial plan of ESCOM to the board in terms of what would be our execution plan. We were busy looking at financial turnaround for the business, including doing a business productivity program, looking at liquidity for the next few years of the company. So that was the presentation that.
And was this 2014?
It was in 2014, around April. So
Around
it was with the
April.
previous board.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, around April 2014.
Okay, so Mr. Tsotsi was not happy with it.
Yeah, so he was not happy with it. Mr. Machila said to Mr. Tsotsi, that is quite okay. I will work with the CEO to make sure that we put together something that we can, present to the minister in 3 months' time. So, and that was on a Friday. We typically would have the board strategy session over a 2-day period. So I presented on the Thursday, and then on the Friday afternoon, I think later that evening, I spoke to Mr. Machila, called me. I can't remember if he called me on a Friday or Saturday. He called me requesting a meeting to just reflect on the board strategy session and talk about the next steps regarding the financial plan. So we met on a Sunday. Both of us lived very close to Four Ways. So we agreed to meet at one of the hotels in Monte Casino. I think it's called Times Square. While we were sitting there, he obviously said to me, as you saw, the board was not particularly happy with the plan. I think we need to find people that can help us. We do not have time. We only have 3 months to submit a detailed plan to the minister. And as we were sitting there, he waved his hand up. And as he was waving his hand up, I thought he was just greeting someone, only to find that he was actually showing someone where we were seated. And that someone was Mr. Salim Essa. So it would appear that obviously he had come to join us for our session, and I got introduced to him again, and he indicated, in fact, Mr. Machila indicated that this is someone that can help us. He knows people that can help us with the financial sustainability plan. And I said, how so? And he said they have done, similar work in terms of helping companies unlock cash on the balance sheet. They've done a lot of work at Transnet. They've done a lot of work at, I think he said SAA and the City Power. Yeah, City Power. So I said, who is that company? He said the company is Regiment's Capital. And I said, but do you work for Regiment's Capital? He said, no. I'm not an employee of Regiment's Capital, but I do work with them. And he said essentially to the CEO, I will arrange that the CEO come and meet with you guys as soon as you guys are ready. Mr. Machila then said, they can come and meet us tomorrow. He asked me to check my diary, and I said I'm happy to meet 4:00 in the afternoon at our offices. So he didn't come with the CEO of Regiment's Capital, Salim Essa. The person that came to see us was Eric Woods. So that was really the second time that I met Salim Essa. The meeting took place. Salim Essa wasn't there. Eric Woods was there. Mr. Machila joined the meeting together with one of our executives at that time, Dr. Steve.
This is now the following day.
This is the following day on a Monday.
And the venue the following day was where?
It was at ESCOM offices.
Okay, and the previous day the venue was ESCOM as well?
No, it was at Monte Casino.
Okay.
It was on a Sunday, around about noon. Yeah,
okay, all right.
on Sunday, yeah. It was at Times Square at Monte Casino.
Ms. Molefe, do you also recall when about is this? When exactly? Which month? In 2014?
I think it was somewhere towards it, because we would have had our board strategy session around April. So it was probably towards end of April, but it was still in April of 2014.
Yes, okay. You will go into your meeting at ESCOM for a moment. But the way we understand is that you were you did present the financials. Is it the financials?
The financial plan.
The financial plan to the board. Mr. Tsotsi was the chairperson of the board.
Mr. Tsotsi was the chairperson of the board.
At the time, he says to you, this plan is not
robust enough.
It's not robust enough. That's in April 2014.
Yeah.
And we want to understand what happened.
I think Mr. Machilas then said to Mr. Tsotsi he shouldn't worry because he would work with Ms. Molefe to fix the plan.
Yeah.
And subsequently they had a meeting,
on
where
the Sunday.
Where Mr. Machila said that he knew some people who could assist them.
That is correct.
And then Salim Essa comes in at the meeting, and then another meeting is arranged for the following day when Mr. Eric Wood comes in.
That is
this
correct.
is now at ESCOM.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. The chairperson is on top of things.
That is correct.
You may proceed.
So we do have the meeting, but that was the last time I saw Salim Essa. I never saw him again. But the meeting did continue with Eric Woods.
Yes. So Mr. Essa, sorry, you will proceed. Mr. Essa is then introduced to you by Mr. Machila
Yes,
in order to offer assistance in regard to
yes.
your financial plan.
Our financial plan. He said that he knows people that can help us.
I see.
And he then mentioned Regiment's Capital that did similar work at Transnet, SAA, and the City Power.
And then the meeting on the next
The meeting
day.
on Monday was to then meet
At
the
ESCOM.
CEO, Eric Woods.
Please
Yeah.
tell the chairperson who is present in the meeting and
So-
what gets to be discussed.
So present in the meeting was myself, Mr. Colin Machila, Dr. Steve Lennon, who was the Group Executive for Sustainability at ESCOM, and Eric Woods himself. So he did come alone, if I recall, and he really just wanted to tell us about Regiment's Capital, what do they do, and I recall vividly that Dr. Steve Lennon actually asked him, but do you understand the challenges and the complexity that ESCOM has and how big the balance sheet is? And he indicated that yes, he does, and they actually do work normally on large mandates like that with McKinsey, the consulting firm. So he then undertook to prepare a proposal on balance sheet unlock for ESCOM, which he would then submit within a few days, I think he said. So the meeting was on a Monday. It was agreed that Friday he would then, submit his proposal to us. So after the meeting took place, I went to Mr. Machila's office, and I said to him, we need to follow process. There are various other firms that have been wanting to help ESCOM because it's public knowledge that obviously ESCOM has got various challenges. So we need to follow our procurement processes. And he said to me, we do not have time for those procurement processes. They are long-winded. This is an emergency. We have worked with all these firms before, and ESCOM would not be in that position if they had successfully been able to help us. And I said to him, even if it's an emergency, our procurement processes do allow for emergency procurement. It does not allow for urgency, but it allows for emergency, and it is very clear what you do in case of an emergency. And we sort of quarreled a bit about that. And he said to me, I can see you're uncomfortable. I will sign the agreement when it comes. So that was interesting because he said, I will sign the agreement when it comes. So 2 weeks later...
Before 2 weeks later, he said to you this was an emergency as a way of justifying not following procurement processes, and you said, but our procurement processes make provision for emergencies. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what was his answer to that argument?
He was quite adamant that because we had used all these other firms that I was referring to, I mean, I gave him examples, and I said, for instance, the company like Deloitte, for instance, company like this, they have been knocking on our doors to help us with certain things. And he said, but your company has been using these firms for many years, and the company would not be in this situation if they had been successful. We are going to use these guys. We do not have time to waste, meaning Regiment's Capital.
But of course, a CFO in these state-owned entities is usually somebody who is expected to be quite familiar with the procurement processes in the company, isn't it?
That is correct, Chair.
And you were quite familiar yourself.
That is why I was telling him what we need to do, and that is why I knew that the emergency procurement procedure allows for such situations. Yeah.
The time frame within which you were expected to come back to the board with the plan, financial plan, if it was a financial plan, would it have allowed you to go through the processes without any problem, procurement processes?
Yes, Chair, and I mean, it does. Remember that the ultimate goal was to submit a plan to the minister in 3 months' time,
Yes, so,
which would have been somewhere around July.
so there was enough time.
So there was sufficient time. But when you said
Yes.
it's an emergency, I said even our procurement processes do allow for an
For
emergency.
emergencies, yeah.
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 Yeah. In
Okay,
fact,
all right.
I think I said to him, we can ask one of our general managers in procurement to assist us
Yes,
with the process. Yeah.
yes. Okay, all right. Let's continue.
So what happened, he then said to me, I can see you're uncomfortable. I will sign the agreement when it comes.
This is now after Mr. Eric Wood has gone,
This is after Mr. Eric Wood, after the meeting.
because Mr. Eric Wood left on the basis that he was going to
put
deliver
together.
his document within 5 days.
Yes.
Yeah, so you were talking, the
Yeah.
two of you and Mr. Machila,
Yeah.
after Mr.
Yeah.
Wood had gone.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah. So, and I do need to indicate, Chair, that so the document from regiments comes back, I think, after 2 weeks. But during that time, the team internally is working. So we have not stopped because we do not have a service provider helping us. So we had quite a highly skilled team, in finance across the group that were working on whatever needed to be done to be able to assist the business. So the document from regiments comes back in 2 weeks' time. It is emailed to me by Eric Wood himself. I then forwarded to Mr. Machila, and I actually copied I think it was Mr. Noah Solanku. I think he had already changed positions. I'm not sure. I could be mistaken there, but he used to be obviously an advisor in the office of the chairman, and I think he was probably on transition to assuming head of legal at that time, if I'm not mistaken. So I copied him on the mail, and I said to Mr. Machila, this no longer qualifies as an emergency procurement because they have taken 14 days to come back to us. So I would suggest that we ask Newo Tsolanku to advise on how to proceed with this matter. He did not respond to me, if I'm not mistaken. He then called me later that evening, and he asked me to, and I hope that I'm not confusing the facts here, but he asked me not to put such things on email. And I think he called me, if I'm not mistaken. He asked me, why am I not supporting him and so forth. And I think we had a meeting on the next day. Because at the same time, I was also questioning the TNA matter, which he had approved. And at that time, I thought that he had not been given sufficient information that he does not have the delegation of authority. So when I received the TNA, and I know I'm digressing a bit, but for context, when I received the TNA a contract at that time, I copied him and obviously responded to Mr. Chose, who had sent it to me, indicating that the CE does not have delegation for this. So essentially, he was reprimanding me on those things, and he asked to have coffee with me the following day, and we had it at Ribboville, which used to be called Tintswalo, Equestrian Estate in Waterfall. And he essentially said to me, why do I not support him? And I said, I don't have a problem with supporting you. I've got a problem that we are not following procedure in doing the things that we need to do. And he then complained again to say he doesn't have time. He does not have any, I think he said that he's only there for 3 months and is only there to fulfill the mandate of the shareholder. But he did not explain further what that means, because he felt that I was not supporting him in whatever he had been asked to come and do. That's how I understood it when he said, I'm here for 3 months and I'm here to fulfill the mandate of the shareholder. Yeah, so I think that's how we ended on the matter. But the day that, once the report came, I also then printed it out for him this is now the regiment's agreement, and I sent it to his office, and I asked him to sign it.
Now, the document that was delivered by Mr. Eric Wood after 14 days or thereabout, was that a proposal? Was that a proposed agreement? What was that document?
Chair, it was a proposed agreement, and I do think that I have submitted it. I'm not sure if you would have it.
No, we have been able to retrieve it, Chair, from the server.
Okay.
We have it here with the
Yes.
emails. In due course, we'll hand it up.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Thanks.
So Mr. Eric Wood furnished you with a proposed agreement.
That is correct, Chair.
But what was expected of him? What was the arrangement? What was he supposed to deliver?
Chair, they were proposing a number of initiatives to help ESCOM unlock cash on the balance sheet. And I make the point earlier that we were doing work already, because some of the things that they were proposing, we were already working on them. We did not need a consultant to help us with those things. It had nothing to do with a financial plan that we needed to present to the minister. It was merely a number of initiatives on how, we can obviously help Telkom with liquidity. So it was a number of initiatives. You can unlock cash by, the sale of lease back of, some of your properties, or the sale of your ESCOM finance company. It was those type of things.
Oh, that's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Because you had made a presentation to the board, and Mr. Tsotsi didn't think it was robust enough, and Mr. Majila had assured him, Mr. Tsotsi, that he would work with you on the plan, and subsequently you had met, that is yourself and Mr. Majila, and at that meeting he suggested that there were people who could help you.
That is
I
correct.
assume that he meant who could help you with the plan.
Yes, Chair, and I suppose maybe to them, because the plan was quite a detailed plan. It was looking at ESCOM's financial sustainability. How do we recapitalize the company? How do we obviously strengthen the balance sheet? How do we ensure that we improve the liquidity? But in his agreement, it was really just a number of initiatives to just help unlock cash. And those initiatives we were already working on internally with my team, with the support of the various business units as part of the overall plan.
Well, I was going to ask whether ESCOM didn't have the capacity to do what Mr. Eric Wood and them were going to be doing.
Yeah, Chair, there was capacity. I think what I should highlight is that from time to time, obviously, one would obviously want to look at international best practice, benchmark what you're doing, just to, enhance what you're doing in the business. So from time to time, we obviously would go to consultants to see how can we enhance what we are doing. But it wasn't that there was nothing in place that we are doing as a company.
Okay.
And
all right.
the point that I'm making is that whatever they were suggesting, half of them or even more, we were already working on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Slager.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Molefe, you got the plan, or not the plan, but the draft from Mr. Eric Wood.
And she
You
sends
print it
to-
out.
And she sends it to Mr. Majila.
That's correct.
I think that's when I interrupted
Yes.
her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sent it to Mr. Majila, and what happened?
Yeah, so I printed it out, I sent it to Mr. Machila, and I left it, he was not in the office, I left it at his desk, and then I went to have a session at our ESCOM Academy of Learning with the finance team there. While I was there, he called me, and he asked me, why have you not signed this agreement? And I said, well, I have told you how I feel about this agreement. I made it quite clear that I am not going to sign it. And you said yourself, if I feel uncomfortable, you will sign it. And he responded by saying that, well, why should I do your work for you? And we then started quarreling again. He then said to me, I am sending a driver to our ESCOM Academy of Leading was in Midrand. He then said to me he will send a driver with the document to sign it. And I said, I'm not going to sign it. And we obviously dropped the phone. And I immediately called Mr. Tsotsi to inform him that I think I would like to have a meeting with him and Mr. Machila. We have a disagreement that I think he needs to resolve. Mr. Tsotsi could not make the meeting. I then, I think, had another session with Mr. Machila. No, in fact, before I called Mr. Machila, Mr. Tsotsi, sorry, Mr. Machila asked me to put it in writing why I do not want to sign the document. So I did that, Chair. I put a detailed memo together to tell him that we have not followed process. This is what the process said. I referred to our own policy. I referred to the Constitution in as far as the procurement procedures are concerned. And I said, I'm concerned that, we are not, we will be found wanting when it comes to governance. So I put together that memo, but I decided then to send it to not only Mr. Machila, I sent it to Mr. Tsotsi, I sent it to other board members who were chairpersons of subcommittees. And I sent it to them indicating my dissatisfaction with the request from Mr. Machila. 2 days later, Mr. Tsotsi called a meeting. In fact, there was a meeting that was scheduled. It was one of the subcommittee meetings. And Mr. Tsotsi was also in the office, so he called a meeting with those various chairmen. And we actually sat in his office. I stated my case. Mr. Machila stated his case. What was interesting for me was that Mr. Tsotsi then said, the two of you are busy wasting time with long-winded procurement processes, and you know that the minister is looking for this plan. So if this plan is not ready by the end of June, I think by that time we were already into June, maybe in the first week of June. And he said, if this plan is not ready, heads are going to roll. So I said to the chairman, I do not have a problem, except that I am looking for a mandate in writing for me to do this. If the board is comfortable, they want to continue on this basis, can I have it in writing? Then I will continue, because I know that the mandate comes from the board. But in that meeting, two board members were very vocal about it, that were there, and they...
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought this was a meeting involving you, Mr. Tsotsi, and Mr. Machila only.
No, because what happened is that I had called for that meeting with him. But when Mr. Machila asked me to prepare, to put it in writing, why I do not want to sign the regiment's capital agreement, before the meeting was convened, I sent my reasons to Mr. Tsotsi, I sent it to Mr. Machila, I sent it to other board members. And 2 days later, Mr. Tsotsi convened a meeting. That meeting was attended by, it was not all the board members, it was a few of them. I think it was the chairman of the Investment and Finance Committee. I think it was the chairman of the Social Ethics and Sustainability Committee. I think the chairman of the Risk was supposed to be there but couldn't make it, if I'm not mistaken. And then Mr. Machila was in the meeting, myself, and Mr. Tsolangu, who was working the office of the chairman. Yeah. So we had that meeting, and that's when Mr. Tsotsi said, heads are going to roll if the minister does not have this plan. And the two board members then supported me to say they do not agree with this agreement, because what I did is I also attached the agreement from regiments when I attached my memo to them. They did not agree with it. They did not understand the pricing in there because the pricing was quite substantial. as well. So it was agreed that we would not do it, but we recognized that there was an emergency. Perhaps the minister would be asking for a plan end of the month. So the agreement was that we would just then do a high-level desktop exercise to assess these initiatives. But we did not go with the agreement that Regiments was putting on the table.
So was the outcome of the meeting that the signing of the agreement, the Regiment's agreement, was rejected?
Yes, it was rejected, Chair. And I think in my testimony at the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, I did indicate as well the pricing in there was also what was non-competitive.
Yes.
If I calculated based on their pricing and how they structured the pricing for those initiatives, ESCOM could have potentially paid R500 million just to do those initiatives.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that was the concern also that one had.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Molefe. The proposal given by Regiments, so you say it wasn't a proposal but an agreement,
It was a draft
a
agreement.
draft
when it
agreement.
came.
And that was ultimately not signed, at least not by you.
No, it was not signed, Chair.
Who is the minister at the time? I think you say this meeting between you, Mr. Tsotsi, Mr. Machila, and other board members who were chairing the subcommittees were in June 2014.
Yes, Chair. I think by that time, Ms. Lynn Brown had already come in.
So when,
Yeah.
when Mr. Tsotsi says heads will roll, the minister wants this by the end of the
Ms. Lynn
month.
Brown had already just come in. I think she came in around May, if I'm not mistaken, of 2014. So, somewhere around there, yeah.
And the high-level desktop
Exercise.
exercise, you say, was then commissioned to be done. Is that done by you and your team?
No, that was done by Regiments and McKinsey. It was about, I think it cost about under R1 million to go through with us some of the things that we probably had missed, some of the things we could have considered, because the board wanted comfort that, we as the finance team internally had considered everything. So they commissioned for that to continue, but relative to the agreement that I referred to, that was not supported.
So are you saying then their services were still procured, services of Regiments were still procured, but for a different purpose?
It was still procured, Chair, for a different purpose.
And they were paid about R1 million for that?
Yeah, between themselves and McKinsey, they were paid about that much.
And do you know when did they render that service? Exactly when?
Chair, it was around the same time, because we obviously needed to make sure that when we present the plan, the board is comfortable that the plan is robust, as Mr. Tsotsi put it. So the board was comfortable to say, let's assess what they are putting on the table against what the team internally has put on the table. And that work continued, but not in the form that it was proposed originally by Mr. Eric Woods.
So did ESCOM meet the deadline of providing the financial plan to the minister by the end of June 2014?
We did present to the minister, and Chair, I think I need to indicate it was a number of streams. It was what we were presenting to the minister was really just over and above the financial plan. It was, if you recall, I think somewhere around, and I think we presented to Ms. Lynn Brown sometime in Cape Town. Obviously, the power challenges were creating financial challenges. So we had various meetings with the minister because, it's one thing solving the financial plan, but if you do not think about the plan around, power challenges, obviously it becomes a spiraling effect just in terms of your financial challenges. So we essentially did present to her, but and making her understand that there are a number of issues, obviously, that would need to be dealt with, that we need support from obviously the shareholder. The board would need support from the shareholder on. We presented, I can't remember if it was exactly end of June, but somewhere around there we did present to the minister, because then the minister would have had to obviously work with us together with the National Treasury to support Eskom on a number of issues that we had proposed.
Was that the end of the matter in regard to your financial plan as the financial director and the involvement of regiments in that regard and McKinsey?
Yeah, with regards to regiments and McKinsey in that regard, it was the end of it. But as I indicated, Chair, we continued with our work. We had our business productivity program. We were working with the National Treasury team on a number of initiatives around how do we recapitalize the balance sheet of Eskom. So we then did a follow-up presentation actually to the Minister of Finance later in that year, and that would have been Mr. Nhlanhla Nene, which then culminated in Eskom receiving a 23 billion rand injection from government with a number of conditions, of course. So that obviously was announced somewhere in October. So part of that plan and initiative was to actually work towards, government supporting Eskom on a number of things.
Yes, just before I move on, for the benefit of the chairperson and yourself, in regard to what you said was what you heard through the grapevine, Chair, you will recall, and this is significant, it would have fallen through the cracks, the evidence of Mr. Tsotsi, and particularly in his affidavit, when he talks about his meetings with Tony Gupta. There is where he mentions that meeting, and he refers to in his affidavit that during the impasse of the TNA contract, when the award of the contract by acting CEO Colin Machila was under scrutiny for irregularity, I was requested by Tony Gupta to make this problem go away. I responded that this I could not do, as there were processes in place that must take their course. For the first time in my encounter with him, he showed visible signs of anger and frustration as he kept insisting that I was not interested in assisting him. Then he goes on to talk about, this one you will recall, in the organogram, position was open at Eskom for a procurement division of Chief Procurement Officer. This position was unoccupied. Tony Gupta approached me to request that I help him fill the position with a person from MTN. So perhaps Mr. Tsotsi will explain to us further in regard to what you say was pressure from the CEO of, did you say regiments?
No, Chair, and as I said, that's what I was speculating on. It's something I heard through the grapevine when the chairman asked me who had been pressurizing Mr. Tsotsi to cancel the interim financials. So that was a different matter. It was on the interim financial statements.
Is it on the interim
approval
financial
by the
statements?
board of the interim financial statements.
I see. But, okay. So the grapevine, you were saying, the CEO of TNA, Mr. Hauer.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's where I was picking up the TNA connection.
Or the TNA matter.
Yes. Well, let's deal then with the issue that develops in 2015. The beginning of 2015, the new board has been appointed, and you have referred to this meeting, which gets to be cancelled, of the 26th of February 2015. Briefly to the chairperson, you have mentioned, but let's ask you specifically whether, were you given the reasons for cancellation of that meeting of the 26th of February 2015?
Chair, I was not given reasons for the cancellation. The cancellation came through the company secretary at the time, but there was no reasons given, if I recall.
You have said earlier in your explanation of the distinction between the meeting you referred in 2014 as cancelled by Mr. Tsotsi and this meeting, that this meeting of 26 February was the first board meeting.
Yes, Chair. If I recall, and I mean, thinking about the corporate calendar of the company, typically you would have board meetings 4 times, unless there's a special meeting that has been 4 times in the year, unless there's a special meeting that has been called by the chairman. But you would obviously have the subcommittee meetings convening, either, every month or every 2 months, some of them every quarter. So in my mind, that would have been, in terms of the corporate calendar of ESCOM, the first board meeting, and that board meeting would be the board meeting that approves the corporate plan and the borrowing program, because it needed to be submitted to the shareholder and National Treasury in terms of the PFMA, round about a month before, execution. So we needed to submit it by the 28th of February. So our financial year starts April, 1st of April of every year. So we would have had to submit it a month before one could execute on it.
Yeah. You were an ex officio member of the board. Is that correct?
I'm a director of the company, and therefore
an executive director
of the company.
So you would attend board meetings?
I would attend board meetings. That's correct, Chair.
By default.
Yeah.
You see, and we need this for you to explain to the chairperson. We understood from Ms. Venita Klein that prior to the 26th of February, I think there would have been a board meeting. But we hear also from, or we see and hear from the audio recordings of the minutes of the meeting of the 9th of March 2015 of the board, which I believe you attended. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
I did, Chair.
That some board members say on the 9th of March, we haven't even have our first board meeting.
I would concur with that, Chair, because we would have had subcommittee meetings. We would have had the audit and risk committee, because the corporate plan and the borrowing program would have had to be recommended by the audit committee to the board for approval. That first board meeting would happen on the 26th of February. I would have also had to present it to the IFC meeting, which is the Investment and Finance Committee meeting. And I think those meetings, 2 of them took place before the 26th of February, between the beginning of January and the 26th of February.
What meetings were those that took place before the 26th of February?
It was the Investment and Finance Committee. I think 2 meetings took place, if I'm not correct. What I remember is that the first meeting, Mr. Koza chaired the meeting because Mr. Mark Pamensky couldn't make it. But the second one, Mr. Mark Pamensky did chair. And those 2 meetings happened before the 26th of February.
So you are able to say the meeting of the board that was scheduled for the 26th of February was going to be the first meeting of the board.
The first meeting of the full
Yeah,
board.
of the full board. Whatever other meeting may have taken place may have been meetings of committees of the board.
That's correct, Chair.
And in particular, you know about 2 meetings of the investment committee.
And the audit and risk.
Yes, and audit and risk
And I
committee.
think there would have been a board tender meeting.
Yes,
There would have been a board tender
but those were
meeting
all
that took
committee
place.
meetings.
Yeah. I do think, Chair, what probably did happen is that the board had requested to have an induction. I'm aware of that, but I could not attend because I was traveling. In fact, Mr. Marukane referred to that travel. I'm aware that the board met for that induction, but I could not be at that meeting. So it is possible that after the induction, Mr. Tsotsi may have asked the board members, and it is normal, either after a board strategy session or some induction, he may have called board members to convene for a short meeting.
Well, my recollection is that it's accepted that there was an induction either in January or early February, I can't remember. And my recollection is that Mr. Tsotsi's version was also that the meeting of the 26th was going to be the first board meeting.
I can confirm that, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Unless there were special meetings,
Yeah.
but the subcommittee meetings would have taken place.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Then let's go into the meeting of the 11th. The meeting of there are various meetings on the 11th, in fact. And maybe you can take the chairperson. The others are common cause. Let's deal with your meeting when the minister arrives. Tell the chairperson on the minister's arrival what gets to be discussed briefly in your presence. And we understand that you were excused as one of the executives. And you could tell the chairperson, who do you recall said you should be excused from the meeting?
Maybe before that, and I don't know if I missed it when you might have asked her about it, the meeting of the board on the 9th, you did attend that one.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. The meeting of the board that happened before the board met with the minister on the 11th, did you attend that one?
That is the meeting of the 9th of March. I did attend that one,
No,
Chair.
there is the meeting of the 9th of March, and then there is the 11th of March.
Yes,
Now, you said you attended the meeting of the 9th of March.
yes.
Now, on the 11th of March, there was a meeting of the board before the minister came.
Oh, yes.
And
yeah.
then there was a meeting that was addressed by the minister, meeting of the board addressed by the minister. And then after the minister had left, there was a board meeting that
Yes.
happened. Now, the first one on the 11th, before the minister came, did you attend that one?
I did, Chair.
Oh, okay.
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm reminded to ask you something. On the 9th, that meeting you attended, that's the first meeting we understand Mr. Tsotsi introduces the proposal to the board as requested by President Jacob Zuma to have an inquiry.
That is correct, Chair.
And I wanted to add something, but let me ask you. Was that proposal made in your presence because you attended the board meeting?
That is correct.
Did it include the suspension of the executives?
No, it did not, Chair. And even that proposal was not supported by probably all of the board members in that meeting, the inquiry. So we were presented with a memo. It was not on the letterhead. Mr. Tsotsi then indicated that he has been asked to do an inquiry, and board members raised concerns. And they, in fact, said, please call the shareholder who is responsible for ESCOM to come and address us and tell us what this is about, because we cannot support this. We are worried about the extent of time it's going to take, particularly in management's time. We have been meeting management in various subcommittees. We clearly understand that the issues at hand are quite complex and many, and we want them to get on with the job. Now, if we are going to ask them to do an inquiry, it's going to require a substantial amount of time, out of their day-to-day activities to be able to, participate in the inquiry. So there was broadly no support for that.
Please tell the chairperson, according to your recollection, because at least two of the board members, let's say one in this case, that would be Dr. Ngubani, because Ms. Venita Klein said she didn't attend that board meeting, has said that there were allegations of misdemeanors made by Mr. Tsotsi against the executives who he said should be suspended. Do you know whether that was made in the meeting of the 9th of March 2015?
No, it was not made, Chair. It was not even discussed. The issues of the suspensions were not even touched in the meeting of the 9th. Chair, if you look at that memo, if I may add, if you look at that memo, at the back of it, it has a list of resolutions. So all the board members, if they agreed to it, including myself and Mr. Matuna, would have had to sign that we agreed to the inquiry. That is why I say, it would not have made sense if we had agreed to it, knowing that we are going to be suspended, to have signed on such a resolution. So the issues were not discussed. The issues regarding the suspension were not discussed.
Do you know where that memo is in the bundle? Is it easy
It's
to
in
have a
Mr. Nick Linnell's bundle.
Oh, okay. Can we quickly have a look? I want to have a look at it.
There's ESCOM Bundle 6.
Okay.
ESCOM Bundle 6, page 45. Ms. Malifa, they will also provide you with the bundle. We used it earlier this morning. Well, there is a memorandum and there is a proposed resolution. So the page number I've given to you, P45, relates to the memorandum. The resolution is on page 47. So you could explain to the chairperson.
I'm sorry. There is a memorandum at pages 46 and 45 and 46. There is a resolution at page 47 and 48 and onwards.
And to 49, Chair.
Up to 49. The one you are talking about, Ms. Mlefe, is it the one at 47, resolution,
47.
The decision record?
That is correct, Chair. The page 47,
Oh,
9th of March.
okay.
I suppose it's a resolution that supports the memorandum on page 45.
Yes.
So your explanation is we should look here and we will find that the suspensions are not here.
Yes, Chair. I'm sure I have gone through it, there are no discussions on suspension. And if my memory serves me well, it was not covered. But the point I'm making is that if the board had agreed, each one of us who were asked would have been asked to sign, because there's a page right at the back, which with names of all the board members, my name and Mr. Matona's names are on there. So we couldn't possibly have been signing a resolution that requests executives to be suspended if it had been discussed. That's the point I'm making.
Is that page 49?
That's page 49.
Yes, I see your names there.
Yeah.
Your name appears at number 3.
Number 3. Yeah.
So you would have signed resolving to suspend yourself.
I'm saying if we had discussed the
Yes.
suspension in that meeting, but they were not discussed.
No, I understand.
Is the suspension mentioned in the memorandum starting at page 45? Because I'm wondering why the suspension would not be covered by the resolution, seeing that both the memorandum appearing at pages 45 and 46, and the resolution appearing at pages 47 onwards, were prepared by Mr. Linnell, who was present at the Durban meeting, which meeting resolved that the board, Mr. Tsotsi, must talk to the board with a view to getting it to support the idea of an inquiry as well as the suspension of the executives. So it was prepared by somebody who knew that there was supposed to be a suspension of the executives and there was supposed to be an inquiry. So I'm just wondering whether, why it would not be there. Maybe it was oversight, I don't know.
Chair, we have put it to Mr. Tsotsi, that question, that there was no explicit reference here
Yeah,
to the suspension of the executives.
yes.
I can't recall what was his answer now, presently, but there is indeed no explicit reference to suspensions in either the memorandum or the proposed resolution.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, there might be no significance to the omission when one has regard to the fact that it's common cause that the suspensions were discussed at the Durban meeting, and it's common cause that on the 11th, at the meeting of the 11th of the board, the suspensions were raised, and ultimately they were effected. So you have a situation where on the 8th, at the meeting in Durban on the 8th, the suspensions were discussed, names were mentioned, of course 3 names, not 4 at that time, and then this resolution doesn't expressly refer to the suspensions on the 9th, but we know that on the 11th, the board was asked to approve suspensions, and then there was a 4th name that was added. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, under oath, Mr. Linnell has testified to that effect, Chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi as well. Ms. Molefe, so we go then to, those were my questions in regard to the meeting of the 9th. We go then to the meeting of the 11th. This is the meeting before the minister arrives. And I'm going to ask you the same questions again. Whether the suspension, well, the proposal made by Mr. Tsotsi on the 9th, was it discussed in that meeting before the arrival of the minister?
No, it wasn't.
Was,
Just 1 second, Mr. Slinger.
thank you, Chair.
Yes, let's continue.
Chair. So your answer is no, the proposal wasn't made.
The proposal was not made in that meeting of the 11th, before the minister arrived. What took place, if I recall, Chair, I was still hoping that the corporate plan would actually be presented in that meeting. But Mr. Matuna started giving what he called his first 150 days ever since joining ESCOM. He actually touched on a number of things that, he has been dealing with, the, financial challenges, the power delivery challenges, even mentioned, by the way, because I heard in testimony, even mentioned, if I recall, just, issues that have been occupying executives, including the work we are doing at the War Room. But he actually did not finish, giving his report. I think about less than 45 minutes into the discussion, less than 45 minutes after the meeting started, the minister came in. The minister came in, so Mr. Tsotsi asked to adjourn the meeting to allow the minister to come in so that everyone could greet the minister. So when the minister came in, he really just thanked the board and was happy to see board members there. And he started complaining to the board about the lack of responsiveness from the CE, specifically about leaks, leaking of reports to media and so forth. And she said she understands that, boardrooms have been leaked, and he would have thought that that would be top of mind for the chief executive to give that matter, attention. And the chief executive indicated that he's actually started the investigation and is waiting for a report. And we have been taking measures, in terms of debugging all the boardrooms that, obviously the board members use the board uses for meetings. He did say that, no, it's not happening urgent enough. There's just too many issues at ESCOM. And she then asked us to recuse ourselves, the minister herself. So she asked me and Mr. Matuna to recuse ourselves. I think it was about 35, 40 minutes after she came in that she asked us to recuse ourselves. Yeah.
Did the minister give reasons why she was asking that you recuse yourself?
No, she didn't, Chair.
That was you and who?
It was myself and the chief executive, Mr. Matuna, Sidiso Matuna.
Yes. That's interesting. It may be that it was simply because you were part of the executive team. And he might have wanted to
have an in-committee discussion with the board.
Yeah. And maybe that's as far as it goes. But and therefore it had nothing to do with the proposed or the impending suspensions. But to the extent that it may have had something to do with the impending suspensions, it may be interesting because at that stage, it would seem your name had not as yet been on the list of those to be suspended. Is that not so, or you wouldn't know? Or
Yeah,
it had
so,
begun to be mentioned?
yeah, Chair, and I guess if I go back to the meeting of the 9th, I did not even think that she was coming there to speak about suspensions,
Yes.
because the board had asked Mr. Tsotsi to call the minister to come and explain why this inquiry is required and who has asked for it. So
Yes.
I had understood that at that time she's coming there to explain to the board the reason for this. So it was also surprising to us why we are being asked to recuse ourselves. But,
Yes.
you know, we didn't ask, the chief executive didn't ask, I didn't ask.
Because you were both members of the board.
Yes, Chair.
And one would have thought that what other members of the board should hear about the inquiry, you should hear as well.
Unless, of course, they're discussing the two of you
Of course.
and they want you out of the meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's where I say that's the fact that you were asked to leave the meeting. You in particular is interesting because Mr. Tsotsi has given evidence that somebody in the board, and I think he said it was Dr. Ngubane, but I may be mistaken, but he said somebody in the board said that it was the minister who said your name should be added to the list of the executives to be suspended. And therefore, if she had knowledge that you are supposed to be in the list,
Yes.
one would understand
Why she asked.
if she wanted maybe to talk about suspensions, she would want you and Mr. Matona to leave the meeting.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So you and Mr. Matuna then steps out of the meeting, and you don't know what gets to be discussed. Correct?
That is correct,
Yeah.
Chair.
So this happens at a time when Mr. Matona had not finished his presentation,
Yes, Chair. So
and he never got to finish it.
he never got to finish it.
Yeah.
Chair, in fact, the minutes do reflect that the CE was busy. The CE had developed a turnaround plan, he's reporting, which was being updated and put onto a firm foundation. The initial presentation had been used at the board induction and presented to the Deputy President. I'll skip one paragraph, I'll go to the next. The CE stated that the turnaround strategy considered all initiatives and tabled them at the war room for consideration. At the last war room meeting, the Deputy President, ESCOM, had advised that they had responded to all requests for information from the war room and had requested that management be advised of any gaps. Then it says, at this point, the chairman was excused from the meeting to meet the Minister of PE. Ms. Klein took over as acting chairman. Then,
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and I guess, I mean, even that when Mr. Tsotsi excused himself to meet the minister, it was probably 5-10 minutes.
Yes.
So even the acting of Ms. Klein was really just very short.
yes. Okay. You don't know what happens in the meeting. Where are you in this intervening period?
Chair, I was sitting in my office because the minister had asked us to recuse ourselves. I went into my office. I continued with my work. I obviously did not know what was going on in the board. From time to time, I would see board members during tea break. I did not even realize that the minister had left. I don't know what time she left until I was called much later. In fact, before I got called, I went to Mr. Madona's office. I think it was somewhere around 5, if I'm not mistaken, around there, to say, I don't know, what's happening in the board meeting. He also didn't know. I said to him, I think I'm going to leave. And as I was saying that, he was then called to come back to the board. And I was asked to stay and not go by the, and I actually remember asking the company secretary, but how long for, and he said, well, he doesn't know. Yeah, so that's what happened.
So you were called into the board, back into the board?
Mr. Matona was called alone back into the board meeting chair, and they asked me to hang around, that they would call me later. Yeah.
Yeah, so tell the chairperson what happens when you are ultimately called, who is there in the meeting, and what are they telling you?
So I go into the meeting. Obviously, Mr. Matona has left the meeting. Mr. Tsotsi was chairing the meeting. Ms. Kwaita Mabude was there. Mr. Zitembe Koza was there. Dr. Pat Naidu was in the meeting. Mr. Norman Baloi was in the meeting. Dr. Ben Gubani was in the meeting, and Ms. Venita Klein. I don't think Ms. Verushni Naidu and Mrs. Karim were there. I think it's Karim or Kasim, I can't remember, but I don't think they were there. So Mr. Romeo Kumalo came in after I had joined the meeting, probably maybe for about 5 minutes, and he left. So he really didn't stay long. So as I walk into the meeting, I sit to the right of Mr. Tsotsi, and he explains to me that, Tulu, you would have been, in the meeting of the 9th. You will recall that I informed the board that we've been asked to do an inquiry into the state of affairs of ESCOM, and the board has decided that in order to have unfettered access into all the information that are required to enable such an inquiry, they're going to ask the executives that look after those areas that would be looked into to step aside while this inquiry happens. He explained that it would take 3 months. They foresee that it would take 3 months. And he was at pains explaining that I must understand that they are not alleging any wrongdoing on our part. This is merely to facilitate, a very seamless process, because they would like us to come back as soon as possible. He then asked me if I had any objection to being asked to step aside. And this was even before he presented me the letter. And I said to him, I am surprised, Mr. Tsotsi, you of all people, who is serving a second term together with Ms. Kwaita, should know all the challenges in this company. We have been through these on many occasions. There have been task teams after task team to assist executives to solve the challenges at ESCOM. So I'm surprised that I'm being asked to step aside. And in fact, if I recall, while I was saying that, before I even finished what I wanted to say, Ms. Kwaita interjected and said, listen, the minister was here. She's not happy about a number of things, including the financial challenges, and she's therefore asked the board to do an inquiry. And that inquiry requires that we make sure that we have access to all information that we require. That is why we are asking everyone to step aside. So I was then presented with a letter of suspension, and Mr. Tsotsi then just took me through it. And I think by that time, I had really switched off, because the minute they said to me, the shareholder was there, she's not happy about a number of things, including the financial challenges, we're asking you guys to step aside. I just said, if that's what the board wants, if they believe that is in the best interest of the company, I cannot stand in the way of the board. I therefore signed the letter, Mr. Chair, and I left.
Well, it's also interesting that you say somebody said the minister was here and she said she was unhappy about, among other things,
A number of things, including the financial challenges.
your portfolio.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and thinking about it, I don't think I was specific about that in my affidavit.
Yes.
But essentially, it was triggered by the fact that they were asking me if I have a problem. Are there any reasons I believe that I should not step aside?
Yes.
And as I was saying to Mr. Tsotsi, I don't understand why you would not know yourself these challenges when you have been with this company for several years. That's when, Ms. Kwaita, who had been in the board before as well, interjected.
Now, prior to you hearing at this stage when your suspension was being discussed, that the minister had said she was not happy with, among others, something in your portfolio. Had there been anybody within the board who had expressed any unhappiness about your portfolio within ESCOM?
Chair, I mean, the only thing that I can really think of is Ms. Kwaita herself.
Yeah.
When we went to raise an international bond. By the way, that the way the process works is that the borrowing program, once approved, because it's an iterative plan on a yearly basis, it is detailed enough to also provide the borrowing program, which the board would have approved. And it actually tells you what sort of funding solutions we would be pursuing to support the business requirements. So in that shareholder compact that we have, as well as the borrowing program, which is submitted to the shareholder, as well as the National Treasury, which would have detailed the borrowing program. So the board would have been fully aware of, what we were doing. But Ms. Kwaita, if I recall, because sometime in January, towards end of January of 2015, we went overseas to raise an international bond. And while I was there, she sent quite a number of emails to myself and the treasurer of the company, Ms. Caroline Henry, expressing her dissatisfaction with the fact that we were going overseas to raise a bond. It is expensive, and so forth. So that is the only thing that I could think of. I was once told by the acting DDG at the time, Makhola, while I was at DPO offices, that it appears the minister is not happy about that as well. But I then said to her, well, you need to explain to the minister, because you were with us on the international roadshow to go and raise the funds. National Treasury officials were there. So if there's any doubt in our minister's mind, she can then ask the officials in government about that bond. So that is the only thing really that for me at that point I could really think of.
Well, the minister will come at some stage and give evidence, but I just note that Mr. Tsotsi said somebody, and I think he said Dr. Ngubane, told him that the minister was the one who added your name, who said your name you should also be suspended. And now you have somebody in the board saying when the minister was speaking to the board, she expressed unhappiness about, among other things, your portfolio. Or certain aspects in your portfolio. So she will come and she will...
yeah, and I mean, I suppose, Chair, I also listened to the testimony from Ms. Venita Klein, and I think they mentioned that the minister was always complaining about information that management or executives were providing to the war room,
Yes.
But then again, you know, it was quite a detailed process, the war room process. I was part of the process. The CE, Mr. Matuna, was part of the process. We had support from our general managers and other executives, but nobody had ever come to us and say we are unhappy
Yes.
with the war room.
Yes.
The Deputy Minister of Energy chaired the war room. The coordinating or secretary was Dr. Phillips. And there were the DG of Treasury used to attend the war room and so forth. So we presented to the Deputy President at the time, who is the current President now, on the 5th of March, our obviously findings, but it would have been work that we were doing with the officials. If anything, to what Mr. Marukani said, it would have been maybe discomfort that the board seemed to be not part of that process. But it is my view that they could have asked for further information. We have reason to believe that there's dissatisfaction with the information you are presenting. Can you come and present to us? As I indicated, on the 9th of March, on the 11th of March, before the minister came, the CE had started giving an account on, amongst others, work of the war room. So I had never been approached by anyone or the minister to say they are not happy with, yeah. Yeah, it was announced end of December 2014, but it kicked off. Yeah, it
the
kicked
mic is off, Chairperson.
beginning of January.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I asked the earlier question, it was off.
Yeah, I realized it was off.
Okay, I asked, just for the record, I asked the question how long the war room had been around by March 2015, and the witness said the war room had been announced towards the end of December 2014. So it was fairly new by March 20.
Yes, it started kicking off in January 2015.
Now, by March, when you were suspended, how many, do you remember how many times you had as ESCOM, you had to furnish information to the war room?
We presented to the war room every week, Chair.
Every week?
Every week.
Okay.
We met at the union buildings with government officials every week.
Now, you were always part of the team that did that from ESCOM?
Yes, myself and the CE were always there.
And Mr. Matona?
Myself and Mr. Matona were always there. Yes, Chair.
Yes. Would there be other executives sometimes, or it was just the two of you?
No, we always had executives. I think Dan Marukani would have joined from time to time. It depended on the topic for the week.
Yes.
In terms of, what they wanted us to cover so that we could come up with a plan.
Yes.
Mr. Machela Koko would have attended.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. And I think one or two executives, from generation in the main, from the head of generation would have attended as well. And then we would have been supported by general managers, the executive in the office of the CE, and one of the general managers that was supporting me attended the meeting on a weekly basis with me.
But are you able to say positively that nobody from the war room had complained to you or Mr. Matona, as far as you know, that you people were not providing accurate information to the war room?
Chair, if they did, they really didn't. We had quite a lot of engagements with them. They challenged our assumptions.
Yes.
But the fact that, they challenged assumptions,
it doesn't
mean our information is inaccurate.
Yes.
So we would explain to them, if I give you an example of the financials as an example. So today, I present, these are the forecasts for the year. We then have a power system challenge. We have to run our open cycle gas turbines. It means we must buy a diesel. which was not initially in the forecast. I then have to revise the financial forecast because I have to take that into account. So when I present to them, of course, I would show a different number to the one that I showed last month, but I will explain to them that there has been a change, but the change is due to 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is the sort of thing, and that's why I talk about assumptions in forecasts. Why is it different to? But it was never an issue of the integrity of the numbers for me. It had never been challenged in that way. Yeah.
So there was engagement.
Yeah,
with,
very robust engagement.
People serving on the war room with your presentations, but nobody ever said what you were presenting was not helpful.
Absolutely no.
Nobody ever said that.
And I mean, we obviously went through a lot of detailed work internally before we presented to the war room. And then we did actually, PowerPoint presentations to the war room, and they would challenge.
Yes.
They would ask us questions, but
Yes.
nobody said, we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
At least I was not told, Chair.
you were never. Nobody ever said that to
Yeah.
you or in your presence.
No.
Yes, and Mr. Matona
Not Mr.
also said
Matona.
nobody ever
No.
complained,
No.
as far as he knew. There is an affidavit by Ms. Lynn Brown. If the legal team has not given it to you, they must give it to you so that you can comment on it, because in it she talks about these things, about these complaints, so that you can maybe do an affidavit, respond to those things.
That'd be helpful, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. What Ms. Lynn Brown says, Ms. Tulu, is that she met with the President earlier in the year, and that the President complained about information. Now, President Zuma, not the Deputy President, complained about information from the executives to the war room that was inadequate and inaccurate. Now, obviously the question is, did you become aware of that?
I was not made aware of that, Chair. I mean, the last war room meeting would have been the meeting of the 5th of March, where we would have been presenting to the then head of the war room, as I indicated, the Deputy President, and various ministers that had been appointed to support the Deputy President in the war room were there as well. So I think we presented, we were then asked to leave. I do understand that out of that meeting, there would have been a cabinet memo that then talks about where to from here, having understood the challenges that ESCOM is facing. So that's all I know. Yeah.
But at that last meeting of the 5th of March, you said, is that right?
That is correct.
Did you detect any unhappiness on the part of the war room personalities, the people on the war room, about ESCOM's, your work or your presentation? Any unhappiness that would drive anybody to say ESCOM is not providing reliable information?
Chair, as I say, it was never about reliable information. It was really about, to the point I'm making. In fact, Ms. Lynn Brown, when the discussion around where to from here, she actually asked that as the shareholder representative, she hasn't had sufficient time to socialize with what ESCOM executives had presented in the war room.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if Mr. Matona covers it in his affidavit, but I know that he made various attempts to make sure that the minister is sensitized of what we are presenting. But
Yeah.
I don't think he was able to do that because I would have had to go with him.
Okay.
And I think the intention was that before it's presented to the war room, the minister must be taken through the outcome of that. But we were not able to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Malefe, you are in the suspension meeting. I can't recall whether you mentioned whether or not Mr. Mark Paminsky was present in that meeting.
Sorry, he was not in the meeting.
He was not in
Mark
the
Paminsky was not in the meeting.
Were you in that meeting when Mr. Tsotsi presents to you what the intention of the board is, the resolution rather, to suspend you? Did he mention the war room, what we've been talking about now, as one of the reasons why you needed to be suspended?
No, Chair. He said that the inquiry would be concerned with the power delivery challenges, the obviously delays in the construction of the power stations, and the financial challenges. I think he mentioned that as well. So the inquiry would cover that, but it was never about issues regarding the war room. But yeah, so I think that's what he said to me. In fact, it was interesting because I obviously signed the letter. I understood that they're concerned about the power delivery challenges. He mentioned three things: financial challenges, power delivery challenges, as well as the construction of the power stations, the delays in the construction of the power stations. So at that time, I did not know who has been asked to step aside, as he put it. I only found out the following day who had been asked or who had been suspended. In fact, that's why I wrote them the letter on the 17th, because my concern was that what they said to me when they presented me with the letter of suspension and what it transpired in media the following day was inconsistent. Because if they were consistent, then the head of generation should have been suspended. And I said I reserve my right to challenge those things at a later stage, because it seems there's consistencies between what they said to me, they're trying to achieve, and what they presented the following day in media reports. Yeah.
Well, let's go into that. The letters you're writing to them. So you mentioned the one of the 17th. You are now at 6 days into the suspension. You were suspended on the 11th of March. Just tell the chairperson going forward, because I believe you deal with that in your supplementary affidavit.
Yeah.
Just relate to the chairperson whether they respond to your letters and what transpires going forward.
Yeah. So I wrote to the chairman, Mr. Tsotsi, on the 17th of March, and I did not get a response. But I later found out that obviously the board had also removed him. I found out through media reports. I did not get a response back from him.
When you wrote, was it 17 March or 17 April?
17th March.
Oh, he had not been removed at that time as yet.
No.
Yes.
He had not been removed.
Yeah.
I think he was removed end of that month.
Do you want to talk about what the main features of your letter of 17th March were?
Yes, so the main features, Chair, if I may.
Council will help you to identify, to find it where it is.
The chairperson is dealt with on page 599 of the affidavit.
599.
599.
Okay.
The letter itself is TM2, that is on page 827. 827.
Yes, Chair. Essentially, I was writing to Mr. Tsotsi, indicating that having seen his press briefing on the 12th of March, I was quite perturbed by the turn of events, particularly the inconsistencies between the discussion we had when they were, giving me notice of suspension and what he said at the media briefing. And I indicated that I would, want to obviously engage in the matter at a later stage. So those was essentially just to make him aware that it is concerning.
Just tell me what those, what reasons he gave or they gave in media briefings that were different from the reasons he gave to you.
So Chair, essentially my concern here was that when they issued me with a letter of suspension, they said that they need to do an inquiry and they want to make sure that there's unfettered access to information required to be able to do an inquiry. That inquiry is going to focus on the financial challenges of the company, the delays regarding the construction of the power stations, and then the power delivery challenges, which is mainly the power plant challenges. So when I saw the briefing, because at that time I then did not know who, I made assumptions around who would be suspended because they did not share with me who would be suspended. When I realized that the generation group executive was not part of the suspension, I then said to him, but there's inconsistencies here. If you are asking us to step aside so that you can deal with those number of things, so in my mind, why have you suspended myself, the head of Group Capital, the CEO, and the head of Technology and Commercial? So those were the inconsistencies, Chair, that I was referring to say, generation challenges are causing power delivery issues. So why is there, So I did not say that in my letter.
Who was the head of generations?
Sure, Chair, I can't remember at that time whether it was Mr. Dava Gavenda or Mongezi Ntsokolo, because Mr. Dava Gavenda was head of generation for a while and then he moved over to transmission. I think it could have been Mr. Mongezi Ntsokolo, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, and he had not been suspended?
He had not been suspended.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay. And investigations were going to include his portfolio?
Yeah, absolutely, Chair. That was my point. So I did not receive any response regarding my letter of the 17th. But obviously we were hearing quite a lot in media about what was happening at ESCOM. We were not getting any communication from the board. And I was quite concerned because they said to us, in fact, they said to us, we must, be available as and when we are required because they would we would be required to participate in the inquiry. So I think sometime in April, towards end of April, I learned through media reports that they had appointed a law firm called Denton's to do, to do the investigation or the inquiry. I then wrote to them on the 29th of April, and that would have been my second letter, where I said to them, I am concerned that they are not communicating with us. It's almost 6 weeks since the suspension. They said to us it will take 3 months. We are concerned that we don't know what's going on. How long are we expected to be home? Can they share with us the terms of reference of the inquiry, because we understand that Denton's would start the investigation. I particularly also wrote to them, Chair, because I needed to obviously prepare myself for the inquiry. I did not have any information. They had taken all my work tools, and I also wanted to consult if I needed to prepare myself because there were a number of things that were, going on in media around, either what has happened, what is the reason for a suspension. So I particularly asked them for the Directors on Officers Liability Policy, which I believe I was entitled to as an executive of the company, should I need legal advice for me to be able to cover my legal expenses. I also pointed them out to the Memorandum of Incorporation, which actually says that an executive can be covered under those circumstances. So that was the basis of my letter. They then responded using Bowman Gilfillian.
Just before that, Ms. Molefe, just turn the page to 829. 829. Is that the letter you're referring to of 29 April 2015?
That is correct, Chair. That is the letter.
And I think you have already summarized the contents of that letter to the chairperson. Then you can turn the page to 832. I think that's what you were about to speak about, a response from Bowman Gilfillian, Mr. Jerry Kapu.
That is correct, Chair. So I then received a response on behalf of ESCOM from Mr. Jerry Kapu, who who works for Bowman Gilfillian, and clearly indicating that they acknowledge receipt of my letter, but really being dismissive about some of the requests that I had made to the board.
Then you turn the page to 836. It's a letter dated 3 May 2015.
836.
Yes, 836. You follow the left right-hand corner again.
That is correct, Chair.
Tell the chairperson whose letter is this?
Chair, this is the letter I then wrote to Dr. Ngubane. In there, I indicate to him that, the matter refers to the letter that I had written to them dated the 29th of April, which I have received a response from Mr. Jerry Kapu. And I actually indicated that I totally reject the contents of Mr. Kapu's letter, and that I fully reserve my rights to take this matter, because I was quite sure that I'm entitled to tell ESCOM covering my expenses should I need to as part of the inquiry, because this is in relation to ESCOM services essentially. So I also pointed out to them, as you can see under paragraph 9, in terms of my suspension letter, where they indicated that I'm instructed to remain in telephonic contact with the chairman during the period. We expect you to be contactable in the event that it is necessary for you to attend to the company premises and so forth. So I think the point I was making there, Chair, is that essentially, we are not, the manner in which the board is conducting themselves is not fair. Firstly, they've appointed lawyers to speak to us. We don't have or share the same benefits and that is essentially the reason why I was asking them to provide me with as the policy. ESCAP is the ESCOM cell captive, which is our insurance, which houses our insurance policy. So that was essentially the sense of the meeting. And what I indicated, as you can see in the last paragraph, I think, where I say lastly, if I may read it, kindly be advised that on the 30th of April, pursuant to receiving communication from Ms. Daniels regarding the meeting, I immediately responded and advised her of my availability and further requested her to provide me with the agenda for the meeting in order to enable me to prepare for the meeting. They had sent a letter. The chairman had sent a letter through, I think, Ms. Daniels, after I had written these letters, to have a discussion with me on the way ahead. So I was responding to that as well in the letter, to say that can they just furnish me with the agenda for that meeting that they have asked for.
Yes. Just, I think, carry on in regard to this meeting. Do you tell the chairperson when was the meeting? Did the meeting take place? Who was present at the meeting? The meeting, you say, Ms. Daniels, I've been advised by Ms. Daniels that the purpose of the meeting is to discuss the way ahead. You say, I find the letter to be very vague, evasive, and I'm highly concerned and uncomfortable in attending the proposed meeting in lieu of that fact. On the one hand, I'm receiving communication directly from your office, and yet at the same time from Mr. Kapu and on behalf of ESCOM.
So the meeting, Chair, was called by Dr. Ben Gubani, obviously through Ms. Daniels. We then spoke over the phone around what time the meeting would take place and where. So the meeting was set for the 4th of May at Protea Hotel in Centurion. At the meeting, Chair, if I recall, the meeting, all that it says was the way ahead. I was really not provided with the agenda and the objective as I had asked. It just said to discuss the way ahead. At the meeting, present was Dr. Ben Gubani himself, Ms. Venita Klein, Mr. Romeo Kumalo, and I think Mr. Zitembe Koza was there as well, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong there, but Ms. Daniels was also in the meeting. So I think Ms. Klein introduced the meeting, why they had asked me, and I really have to think about this because there was a lot of discussion between myself and Mr. Romeo Kumalo. And Mr. Dr. Ben Gubani did not say anything at all. It almost became a dialogue between myself and Mr. Kumalo, and with him doing most of the talking. And essentially what he started by saying to me is that we understand that you've been writing to ESCOM wanting to talk about your exit. And Chair, the reason I say that I could be confused, I remember Ms. Daniels indicated that Ms. Venita Klein introduced the meeting. I don't remember that, but I could be wrong. What I remember is Mr. Kumalo actually saying to me that we understand that you have been asking, you have been writing a number of letters to ESCOM, you are being, uneasy, you'd like to exit. And I said to him, no, that is not the reason why I've been writing to ESCOM. The reason I've been writing to ESCOM is that it's been almost 8 weeks since we've had, our suspension. You said we should keep in touch, we should be contactable. You said that you'd keep in touch, you'd inform us of the inquiry. You said that it will only take 3 months, and it has been 8 weeks. We haven't had any form of communication regarding the inquiry, and I wanted to have the terms of reference so that I could prepare myself for this inquiry. And he blatantly said to me, I'm going to be very honest with you, the process has been compromised by Mr. Tsotsi. It is not where we had anticipated it to be. We have just finalized the terms of reference and only just appointed a law firm. So we are still far from even, starting the inquiry or going into the inquiry itself. So we think that you are not going to be called back in June as we anticipated. It's going to take a much longer period. So that is why we want to find out from yourself, would you be amenable to having a discussion, around amicable as parting of ways. And I said to him, well, that was not the reason I was asking. I emphasized the point that was not the reason I was writing. And I raised my concern about the fact that I'm at an unfair, they are having an unfair advantage in that they've been able to appoint very expensive lawyers. I've asked for certain things. I have not received it, and I believe that I'm entitled to get a fair process in a way that ESCOM is as well. And they said to me, they hear what I'm coming from, but unfortunately this process has been compromised by Mr. Tsotsi, and they would like to see whether we should have a discussion of way forward. And they asked me if can they put something together that I can consider and come back to them. And I said, if that's what the board would like to do, please put something together. I will consult with my lawyers and think about it. Within, because we met on the 4th of May, the following day I received a request for a follow-up meeting, and that meeting took place on the 8th of May. The meeting was at the same hotel. The meeting was with, this time, only Ms. Venita Klein and Mr. Zitembe Koza, and Ms. Daniels was also present in the meeting, taking notes. And essentially, Ms. Venita Klein already had a proposal of what looked like an exit package, which she had already signed, and she took me through it line by line what it means. I did say to her, and in my own words, if I recall, I said, this is a slap in the face, considering that I was not seeking to exit the company. But anyway, I will take it away and I will go and consult and I will come back to them. So essentially, Chair, that's what happened. I wrote to them, I think, on the 11th of May.
Just before that, Ms. Malefe, if you turn please to page 839, just identify the document to the chairperson.
Yes, Chair. The document on page 839 is my letter. It's the letter, from ESCOM to myself, signed by Ms. Venita Klein. And this is the letter that she brought to the meeting where she took me through this proposal.
On the 8th of May, 2015.
On the 8th of May, yeah.
Okay, you may proceed.
So I then went away, Chair, and if I recall, I wrote to them on the 11th of May, and I see I referred to Ms. Venita Klein here as DSA, but I was writing essentially to Ms. Venita Klein, indicating that I have received their proposal and that I asked for further information. I wanted to know because in their proposal, they were also offering the long-term incentive, which Grant 8 and Grant 9, that were due to vest on the 31st of March 2015 and 31st of March 2016. So essentially, I wanted to know how they arrived at such a package. So what informed them to arrive at such a package?
Sorry, may I ask you? We understand from the board members, those who have come to testify, that in fact, they had wanted the executives back. I think we have been shown a minute of the audit and risk that the audit and risk had admitted that they want the executives to come back. And the board members have said they wanted you to come back. The first meeting on the 4th of May, is it May? Yeah, 2015?
4th of May, 2015?
Yes. Did those, wait for my question, did
Chair,
those...
I do not believe that, and I heard that's what they said, giving testimony here, because they started by saying, as I say, it was a dialogue between myself and Mr. Kumalo, who started by saying, we understand that you want to leave. And I outrightly rejected that. I said that the reason for my letters was 1, 2, 3, 4. And I reiterated that I've asked for this, I've asked for this, I've asked for that. And it's been 8 weeks. And all we hear is media reports that you've appointed. You have not even informed us that you have appointed a law firm. Because essentially we expected that they would be in touch with us to tell us where the process is, this is, even if they have not started, but that communication wasn't there.
Okay.
Yeah, so essentially, I don't believe that.
Yes, okay. Then you can go back to page 841. You were talking about the letter dated 11.
Before that, so is the position that at the commencement of the meeting of the 4th of May, 2015, between yourself and representatives of the board, one, your position was that you wanted to go back to work. Your position, you had never communicated any intention not to go back to work or to want to part ways with ESCOM at that stage.
Chair, I was willing to go back to work, and I use that word very carefully because and I suppose in my level as well as a director of the company, I sit on the board. It's an issue of trust between myself and the board. But I could clearly see that they did not want me there. At least that's how I felt.
Yes.
I felt that we're being ostracized.
Yes.
And just by the manner of communication, now they're using, expensive lawyers to communicate with us. They're not communicating with us directly. When our letters, we were communicating with them directly.
Yes.
But in that meeting, I was quite specific to say, I am not writing to you because I want to leave. And if you think about it, Chair, if we leave before the inquiry has been completed, it would have been at our disadvantage, because then we would not have had the opportunity, if we left before, to make a case in an inquiry. So we would have left ESCOM, and I think that's what happened, with a clout on our shoulders. What have they done? Because the inquiry has not been completed. So in my mind, it would have actually made it difficult for me to move on and find employment without anyone questioning why I left, because I would not have been given the opportunity to actually present my case. So those were the main concerns that I had. Yeah.
So you were concerned about issues of trust, but you were willing to go back to work.
Yes, Chair, and firstly, I wanted to participate in the inquiry.
In the inquiry.
So that I could clear my name. That was very important for me.
Yes.
So that we can put those matters to rest. And obviously giving them the benefit of the doubt that they want to do an inquiry. They don't know what has been going on. I was quite willing to participate in that inquiry.
Yes.
And I was confident, Chair, that it would clear me.
Yes.
And one would have expected that once they receive the outcome as well, in your mind you think even if they had any doubts in their mind about yourself, if those things are put to rest, then they would be, willing to work with you. I suppose those are the things that were playing, but I could clearly see that, these people are not willing to have us back, coming back to the office.
So, so you say the first thing Mr. Romeo Kumalo said was that they understood that the correspondence you had sent to the chairperson indicated that you wanted to part ways.
That is correct.
And you made it quite clear that that was not true.
That is correct, Chair.
And, but he nevertheless said maybe you should talk about a separation package, because the inquiry was still going to take quite some time.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Okay, and that's how you ended up discussing a possible separation package.
Yes, Chair.
It was initiated by
It was
their
initiated
side.
by their side, Chair.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Molefe, then take us to that letter. You can summarize it.
Mr. Slega,
Yes, Chair.
to the extent that the letters speak for themselves, she might not need to go through them.
Correct, Chair.
She may highlight if there is some important feature.
Correct, Chair.
But I think what's important is to go to how the settlement happened.
Yes.
But if there is something that she wants to highlight in the letters, that's fine. Because
Yes.
at this stage, what is clear from her evidence is that when Mr. Kumalo said they understood that she wanted to discuss separation, she made it clear that that was not what her letters said.
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah.
So this letter, Chair, to Mrs. Klein, following the 8th of May meeting where she presented me with a package, was merely seeking to understand what was the basis of their proposal.
Yes.
So in the main, those are the questions I ask. And
Yes.
you can see that I refer to also Mr. Anton Minar,
Yeah.
where I ask, can I be furnished with certain information?
Yes.
And essentially that because already a package had been presented to me.
Yes.
And I said, before I consult, let me ask for all the information required. But I think I left the meeting, Chair, particularly on the 4th, feeling that, this board obviously want to part ways.
Yes.
And that was my feeling leaving
Yes.
that meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Molefe. Then just tell the chairperson how the settlement agreement, because we see it's different from that proposal,
Yeah.
which is a one-pager given to you by Ms. Klein in the meeting of the 8th of May. The settlement agreement you find on page 849, and it's a document of some length, considerable length. You could tell the chairperson quickly how you received that and how it was concluded.
Yes, Chair, and I see, Chair, this is not the final settlement agreement that I signed.
Yes.
And I'm just looking at, yeah. I presume this is the settlement.
It is not signed either.
It is.
Have you got the signed one, Mr. Silega?
I got the indication that we have it in another ESCOM bundle, which
But
we'll look for
that's
it now.
fine. She can talk to the main fishers.
Yes.
I mean, she can talk to the main fishers, and as long as we have got the
The signed
settlement
one, in
agreement
Mr. Tsotsi's bundle.
in a file. What were the main features of the settlement agreement that you reached with the board?
Yeah, Chair, and I have to think because I think I have another copy elsewhere, so which I did not submit because I thought you had the right
We'll
one.
print it out for you.
Okay. If my memory serves me well, this is the first agreement that Ms. Venita Klein would have sent to me. So I would have asked for
Which you
second.
rejected.
So she sent me which I rejected. Because if I recall, Chair, and I can't remember because I was still writing to them on the 1st of June, on the 3rd of June, and so forth. I just want to, because the one that I signed was eventually, I think, finalized on the 25th, but Ms. Venita Klein was not part of the discussion. It was, I received another one because we rejected this one with my lawyers. And Mr. Koza, then met with my lawyers to discuss the proposed agreement, settlement agreement. So if I look at these things, there are certain things that, firstly, I think the 12-month package I said no to, and this is the original one.
I see.
I think they talk about grant 8 and 9, but there was also grant 10 is also there on 4.5. But I think in addition to that, I think to the point earlier on, I also asked for the 6 months that I would have served, and I think they did grant me that, the 6 months notice period. So that is why I know that this is not the correct one.
Yes. Okay, so this one seems to go with the emails exchanged on page 847.
Yes,
The first,
so,
the first email is 11 June 2015 at 8:24. It's written by Ms. Venita Klein.
that is correct, Chair. So this is the one that Ms. Venita would have sent to me. So remember that she brought the proposal on the 8th, which was that one page that we spoke about, and then she sent me this proposal, which is a draft settlement agreement, which we then did not accept as well.
I see.
Yeah.
So we will provide,
Well, let's talk about the settlement agreement.
Yes.
I've understood from the board members who testified that, in effect, the principle that they followed was that the executives should be paid around 12 months salary stroke remuneration. I know Mr. Morkane testified that what he ultimately got in terms of the settlement was more or less equivalent to a year's salary stroke remuneration. I think Mr. McDonough also said, or his settlement, his pay, what he was paid was about a year's or 12 months salary. I leave out other things. Was yours different on this, in regard to this point, or was it not?
Chair, it was not.
Yeah.
It was different, sorry. It was
Yeah.
different. As I indicated, that's what they proposed.
Yeah,
And mine took a lot longer.
yeah,
In fact, Chair, to digress a little bit, I also met with Mr. Romeo Kumalo, who was convincing me to accept that package.
yes,
And I said to him, I've got a serious problem. I should have participated in the inquiry, because for me, my professional integrity and being able to find employment was the most important thing. When people out there know that you have left ESCOM under a cloud, it has not been made clear why you left. So for me, that was very important. So, and when he reached out to me to say, I'm coming to you in my personal capacity and I'm advising you, please consider taking this. He said, actually, the minister is not going to allow, giving you more. And I said to him, it's not about being greedy. I'm looking at my situation, what has happened. It could take me even much longer to find employment. So I do not believe that you are compensating us enough if you want us to leave. And I actually said to him, otherwise I'm going to go to court. That's what I said to him. And he said to me, you do not want to take on the state. So in fact, I think I mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned in my testimony, I was actually prepared to go to court. I was preparing to go to court. But the only reason that I decided not to is that it was taking a toll on my family, especially my mother. So I eventually sat down with him, but they brought Mr. Koza to come and speak to my lawyers. But I refused the 12 months still. So they then added 6 months notice period because we would have had 6 months notice period. So essentially mine would have been higher from that perspective. I did hear the other, the other testimonies, but yeah.
Okay, so do you think yours may well have been about or equal to more or less 18 months salary?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes,
Yeah.
and one
Excluding
because the negotiations with you took much longer.
Yeah.
And maybe because you were also saying you were thinking of going to court.
That's
and
correct,
so on. Yes, so ultimately you settled on that basis.
Ultimately I settled, Chair. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So, but with you, it seems they were even prepared to pay much more than they were prepared to pay the others for you to go.
Yeah, and I really can't tell what their motive was, whether they were prepared to pay me more than the others or how they were thinking about this. But my conversations really with Mr. Zitembe Khoza and Mr. Khumalo, I made it clear that I'm taking the matter to court. So I didn't tell them when I decided not, but obviously the fact that we sat down and I'm aware that my lawyer did tell Mr. Zitembe Court that this lady is prepared to go to court, and maybe that's why they decided to offer more.
But interestingly, in all of this, there was nothing that they were saying to you you had done wrong. Is that right?
No, Chair. There was nothing that they were saying.
The discussion was never on their basis that there was something wrong you had done.
No, there was nothing. And I guess we were looking at what is happening in the media, what is being said. We have not been cleared. Our name has not been cleared. They want us to leave before the inquiry is concluded. So we were always concerned about that. Yeah.
Now, when you said to Mr. Khumalo you were thinking of going to court, had you, were you clear in your own mind, probably with the benefit of legal advice, as to what you were going to court, what you were going to go to court about if you went to court?
So, Chair,
in other words, what you were going to be asking the court to do?
And I suppose, under a lot of emotion, you're not even thinking about the outcome. But all you are thinking about at that time is that clearly these suspensions are unlawful and you do have a leg to stand on. So if we can't agree outside of the court, let's rather go to court. Yeah.
So in your own mind, what you had in mind is that you would go to court to challenge these suspensions.
Yes, I was going to challenge the suspensions.
And I take it if you challenge the suspensions successfully, it would mean going back to work.
Chair, that's what it meant.
That's what it would have meant,
and there's a lot of correspondence, I think, that we shared. And at some point, I thought I had written to them, actually indicating that I had been with the company for 9 years.
Yes.
And I had not had any intention of leaving the company until I was suspended.
Yes.
So I couldn't find that letter, but if I recall, I think I did write a letter, a very long letter to them, to just express my dissatisfaction around how they have treated us and how they have dealt with this matter.
Yes.
And I was essentially saying that I had never had any intentions of leaving the company.
Yes.
I had been with the company for 9 years and so forth.
Yes.
But it was, as I said, when I was called to have the discussion to say, please accept what we are giving you, this thing is bigger than you think. I thought, you know what, let the courts decide. Well,
if you do find that letter, communicate with the legal team so that we can have it. Okay, all right. Okay. And did it take you long before you got another job?
Chair,
after the settlement?
I think I left 2016. Sorry, 2015. I got a job 2016. Okay. But I suppose one of the things actually that came from time to time when you were, unless people knew you personally, it was difficult for them to offer. I mean, I did go to interviews. A few of the offers I got were a lot lower than, my position at ESCOM. So obviously I would have had to take quite a big cut in my salary. Even, going into my new employment now, I went in as a deputy CFO to re-establish my career. But there were one or two potential employers that actually wanted to know what have you done at ESCOM? Why have you been suspended? So it took a while, but I think initially I decided, let me rather just, take a step back, get over this ESCOM matter before I become active. But I found employment by July 2016. Yeah.
Okay, all
So
right.
it took me a year.
Okay, all right. Mr. Salega?
Just two aspects from my side, Chairperson. The settlement agreement is here, Ms. Malefe, which is signed by yourself and Dr. Ngubane. Chairperson, just for completeness, I will beg leave to hand it up and to give the witness as well a copy to confirm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chairperson, I just before I ask the witness about it, I think we will have to insert it with your permission, Chairperson, under page 285.
I think, shouldn't you replace the one that is at the end of the bundle with this one?
That one belongs there because it's a draft which was attached to the email. I think the mistake was on my part. So this one is the final, the sequel to that draft.
It will be a separate exhibit on its own.
Either that or we edit, Chairperson, if you turn to page 285, provision is made for the settlement agreement there.
But there was no settlement agreement. Provision was made, but there was no settlement
But there was no
agreement.
CA, correct, Chair.
285.
285. So we will paginate it accordingly
Yeah.
and insert it there.
Okay, no, that's fine. Ms. Malefe, do you confirm that this is the settlement agreement that you signed with ESCOM?
That is correct, Chair. This is the correct one.
That's the final one.
That is the final one.
Okay,
The
no, that's
25th of
fine.
June.
We will regularize it, Chair.
That was 25 June 2015 when it was signed. When was the Denton's report? When was the inquiry finalized?
The report is dated 2 July 2015. But they explained that they were directed on 11th of June
Yeah.
to provide a report. So they then stopped the investigation.
So it doesn't seem that it would have been correct as at the of May for a member of the board to say that the inquiry could still take much longer. Because the inquiry had been given 3 months to complete the investigation. And it looks like it completed the investigation more or less within that time. I don't know exactly when they started, but I don't think they started before April.
They say the commencement date was 20 April
Yeah, 20 April.
2015.
And so it looks like they completed within the time that they were given, or more or less. 20 April, 20 May, 20 June. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, all right. I think that this will be put in
We
here.
will regularize that.
Yes. The other question that I have been asking, I asked all the other executives. I already asked you about the board's position, or at least the certain members of the board, Dr. Nguban and Ms. Klein, that they had no issues with the executives coming back. Actually, they expected them to come back. You have dealt with that to say you don't believe that.
I don't believe that, Chair. I mean, on the 4th of May already,
Yes.
and that's why I was emphasizing the point of I almost went into a dialogue
Yes.
with
yes.
Mr. Kumalo,
Yes.
because I suppose they didn't want to be seen to be the one saying it,
Yeah.
but we actually went to and fro,
Yeah.
because eventually we were saying, would you look at something like this? And I mean, I think I did mention, they said Mr. Tsotsi has messed the process up, so it's going to take a lot longer than what they thought. And they said they don't know when it's going to be completed. He did say that to me. Yeah.
Well, actually, we nearly missed something, Mr. Silega.
Yes, Chair.
Somebody who reported to you
Oh, yes.
apparently told you on the 10th of March about something that Mr. Koko had talked to her about. Tell me about that.
Yes, Chair, it was Ms. Nonkululego Veleti Naudlamini. On the 10th of March, we had our finance strategy session. I think around lunchtime or one of the breaks, she came to me and said that Ms. Koko has been calling her and he wants her to come to Melrose Arch immediately. So she was saying, do I know anything about that? What is going on at Melrose Arch? And I said, I don't know. So ask Mr. Koko to call me if he wants you to go there, because we are busy here. So that was the end of it, Chair. And she said to me, I will tell him. And I never heard from Mr. Koko. However, I can confirm what Mr. Marokani said earlier on. He then, called me in the evening of the 10th to say, I've just had been to Ms. Daniel's house. Can I see you? And he then told me that it looks like executives have been called to Melrose Arch to be informed that their bosses are going to be suspended the following day. Are they ready to take over from them? So that
Senior managers or executives who were
No,
called.
Mr. Marokani was relating this to me, indicating that Ms. Suzanne Daniels had said that it looks like people are being called to Melrose Arch, if I'm not mistaken, to say that executives would be suspended tomorrow. Yeah. And I mean, on the day as well of the suspension, while I was waiting, I kept on getting text messages from general managers that, is it true that you are being suspended? And I said, but where did you hear from? And they said, well, it is all over the offices now. Most people are hearing this. It's rumored that you are going to be suspended today. Before I got to be suspended, yeah.
Yes. Now, the meeting that Miss, is it Valenti?
Nonkululego Veleti.
Yes.
Dlamini. Nonkululego now Dlamini.
Yes. She said she had received messages, or she had been called by Mr. Koko, who was saying she should come to a meeting at Melrose Arch.
Yeah, to meet some people.
To meet some people.
Some people, yeah.
Yes, but there was no information who those people.
No, she did not
was.
mention.
And do you know whether why she would have been selected? Is that something that she shared with you, or did she know?
I don't think she knew as well, Chair.
well,
I
yeah.
mean, yeah, so
Did she finally act in one position or another?
she acted as the finance director when I got suspended.
In whose position did she?
My position
Your
when I got
position.
suspended, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you. Is there anything else that we haven't covered that you think is important you want to mention?
No, Chair, I think we've
Not
covered
really.
most of the pertinent and most important
Yes.
points.
Okay,
There's obviously quite a lot, but I can't think of anything else that I think, yeah. And
okay. Mr.
Yeah,
Selega, are you done?
I am done, Chair. I think that issue, you're right, needed to be asked.
Yeah,
I would have done so. You may want, for the purposes of those who are wondering why did you leave ESCOM, I refer them to ESCOM's media release, which said that Molefe was never suspected of any negligence, misconduct, or wrongdoing. You found it on page 265 of your bundle.
265.
Chair, there are other aspects. 265?
265.
265. There are other aspects which Ms. Molefe deals with in her supplementary affidavit,
yes.
but they are like
What are they
peripheral
about?
issues.
Sorry?
They are matters ancillary to the main points.
Yes, okay. Do you want to tell me what they are? Maybe they are important.
Maybe they are. There's one where she talks about her meeting with Mr. Tsotsi after Mr. Tsotsi had been removed.
Yes, I've read that. I think that is something that she can just, as long as her affidavit is confirmed as true, I don't think there's much that turns on that. She met and she sets out in the affidavit
Yeah.
the discussion
I was
that
not-
took place, yeah.
Yeah, that I was not supposed to be suspended. Yes.
Yes, yeah,
That
yeah.
he did say that to me, Chair.
Yeah,
when I
he
met
said
him.
you were not supposed to have been suspended.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have also, Ms. Molefe, mentioned an additional private meeting which Mr. Kumalo had with you outside of the delegation.
Yes, Chair. That
That
was
is the one where he said he was there in his personal capacity.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, you dealt
Where-
with that one.
Where he had wanted me to accept the
Yes, yeah, you
the
dealt with
package,
that one.
yeah. And when I indicated that I would want to go, I would consider going to court, he said I
Yes,
should
yeah.
not take on the state, yeah.
I think this one is important, Chair, the last. Well, you may remember another one. But the allegations that the FD had engaged with bidders during a bidding process.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. I might have thought she dealt with that, but maybe it's because I read in her affidavit. Because
Yes,
in her
Chair, I
affidavit, she
felt-
sets out what the true position is.
Yes.
Do you want to say that quickly?
Yes, I felt that having listened to both Dr. Ngubane and Ms. Vanita Klein referring to the matter, it's a matter that is hanging, and I'm aware of what they are talking about. During the tenure of the old board, when the board was seized with the investigation of Mr. Machila on the TNA matter, Mr. Machila himself wrote to the chairman at the time, Mr. Tsotsi, to complain that I have been engaging suppliers during a bidding process. So Mr. Tsotsi mentioned that at one of the board meetings where we were discussing these TNA matters, or this investigation rather. So the board was hearing it for the first time. I was hearing it for the first time. So I then persistently asked him in front of the board to investigate the matter. And I even went as far as going to his office to say, you cannot leave this matter unattended to. You need to investigate, because I do not know what Mr. Machela is, Machela is referring to. Eventually, he wrote me a letter, and unfortunately, it's a letter I can't find. It was written to me and sent to me on my ESCOM email by the executive in the office of the chairman at that time, Mr. Leo Dlamini, that he has found, Mr. Tsotsi said, I have found no evidence that is sufficient enough for me to investigate. I believe these investigations are baseless and unfounded. So I did receive the letter because I made sure that I get such a letter because I felt that the allegations were very serious. So when it came out here, I could only think that that's the only matter that I know, which I persistently requested that it be investigated. Yeah.
Okay. Is everything covered now?
Yeah. The important question, of course, Ms. Molefe, is whether at the suspension, was that given as a reason for your suspension?
No, it was not, Chair. I think the board was quite clear, or Mr. Tsotsi in the meeting, together with the board, that they want us to step aside so that they can do an inquiry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Molefe, for coming to give evidence and to assist the commission. If something else arises, we'll ask you to come back. But thank you very much. You are now excused.
Thank you, Chair.
We are going to adjourn now. Tomorrow, which witness is coming?
We have scheduled 3 witnesses, Chairperson, Ms. Velletti, who has been mentioned, Mr. Baloy, and Ms. Venita Klein.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Those are the witnesses for tomorrow.
For tomorrow. I understand the strike action. I don't know whether it impacts on us.
I don't want to say anything publicly.
Oh, okay.
I'm hoping that it would be possible for the commission to continue with its work because it's got very little time left in order to finish its work, and its work is in the public interest. So as things stand, we'll hear the evidence of those witnesses tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
Starting at 10 o'clock. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
All rise.